Right then, today we're checking out.
So, can I count on you to keep me in line?
Jiggly-tada, jiggly-tada.
Streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking! We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking!
Hail and well met, fellow adventurers. Welcome back. Happy Mystery Sunday. Hope you're all doing well. Let's see. Tonight, we're going to be playing a building full of cats for about the first hour. Then we'll switch over to Best Served Cold as we continue to serve drinks and solve murder mysteries. Hello, Eloquence. Hello, Yohei. Hello, Ada. Hello, Railway. Hope you're all doing well. You all survived daylight savings. Give me a tall gecko neat. The drink too. Womp womp. That order is impossible. Geckos aren't that tall. Hello, Mr. Gecko. How's it going? Stay a while and listen. All right, shall we find out what today's giveaway is? All right. So, today at 8 p.m. Central, we will be giving away. Oh. Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. All right. Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. So this is the first Baldur's Gate game. Everyone is aware it's not Baldur's Gate 3. Hey, Michaela. That's working. We got us a draw. Noober's your favorite? Nice. Okay, so using your channel points, as people are doing, you can buy up to 10 raffle tickets per person. At 8 p.m. Central, I will draw a name. Let's see. I need to update. Yohei, if you could pin that. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Excuse me. All right. Should we play a building full of cats? We've been hired. Oh boy. The residents of a building are traveling for holidays. In order for their cats not to be alone and unattended, you are hired to look after them. Your main job is to pet all of them and make sure no one is missing. Some cats are skittish and will hide from you. You may search for them as well. Don't leave any cats behind. No cat left behind. All right. I think the volume's at a better level there. You guys let me know if we need to turn it down any more. Wait, why is there a radioactive symbol? What does that mean? The cat bunker? What is this? Hang on. Turn this down just a little bit more. Got 60 cats down here. That counts, apparently. Oh, we're gonna have to click on random things, huh? Interesting. Oh, there's multiple rooms. Ah, it's telling us there's 7 hidden ones still. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. There's one on the book bag. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. Okay, so we're missing 6 hidden cats. Does the game give us any kind of information as to where they might be? Ah. Click on all the things. Wow. Wow. Okay. Guess we're just clicking all the things. Hey, Sharp. This building is full of cats. We found the bunker. The cat bunker. Right off the bat. Don't push. I'm pushing it. I'm just randomly clicking everywhere. I don't know if there's a method to the madness or not. Oh. I clicked on that. Alright. So that was the bunker. Floor 1. Grandma taught me to love cats. Alright, so we got 50 cats and 10 are hidden. All the drawers. What are you doing in the toilet? Get out of there. Okay. We got all the hidden cats. Got 4 other cats to find. Oop, there's one. Well. So that one that keeps disappearing, is that you gotta like hunt it down? Oh, it's a special hidden one. Oh. Special extra. Okay. What that symbol must be. Okay. And there's one more. One more kitty. Where is it? Sneaky, sneaky kitty. You hide. And if you guys see it, feel free to shout it out. Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. I kept looking in at that picture, but I was not seeing that. Jeez. Save the Earth. It is the only planet with cats. Okay, so we found all of the hidden ones. Excuse me. We got 4 more regular. Okay, 1 more. And the bonus. Now, where did that bonus go hiding? Happy International Women's Day. All right. Nice. Got him. Okay. So we're missing just 1 regular kitty. Regular kitty. Regular kitty. Feeling it's gonna be something like printed. We're looking. There. I feel like there's something right here, but maybe that's just a toy or something. That is not a kitty, apparently. Okay. Fair. Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. All right. Well. Jeez, I swear I looked up there. Alright. Cats are mystical. Oh, really? Is that the Necronomicon? I was gonna try to do a second floor cologne, etc., joke, but the cats are mystical. Beat me to it. Oh my gosh. A ghost! Like Zoink Scoob! In the mirror. Oh god. This eye is closed. In a minute. Okay, just missing the hidden one. And then bonus. There's the bonus. John Fofino. There's a hidden one. Something we need to interact with. Hey. Level 4. Cats rock! Had to turn the computer on. Clever. Your brain is struggling between I am way too lazy to see any rock and roll references, and damn it, I don't see any immediately, so I must dig deeper. I'm done. Gotta find that bonus kitty. Start over. No, okay. All right. Where did Fofino go? Now, there we go. Cat Classique. We got some classy cats. Do. Make sure Fofino didn't move over here. I think so. Two regular kitties, two hidden kitties. Fofino. Okay, we found Fofino. This last kitties, though. Might they be hiding? Behind the... Okay, so they can hide behind this. I guess that's why it goes incorporeal. I see. Ah. Was there a stairs? Like, the stairs said they go up. Can we actually go up? Oh, we can. Hey, you found Fofino. Looks like he is a stray cat and seems to not have an odor. Would you like to adopt him? Yeah? What happens if we say yes? Congrats. You just saved a life. Fofino's now purring and giving you head bonks. He is so grateful that he is trying to jump on your lap. Purr, purr. Thanks for playing. Every time you buy a Dev Cats game, you are helping cats get fed and nourished. We're a 5-cat team, and there are 3 humans behind all this, who do their best to spread the feline word and raise awareness for adoption and rescuing. You are part of this now. Love and purrs, Fofino, Judy, Lino, Giovanni, and Lily, the Dev Cats. Oh, that's lovely. Find all 15 cats on the roof. We did it. Okay. Question. In the bunker. Oh, we did find Fofino. Oh, we did it all. Look at us. All right. We did it. Don't be a stranger. There's 3 other achievements. Wet floor, warm up, and give Meow some credit. Then. All right. Big thanks to Railway. Railway found these little hidden gems of things full of cats, places full of cats, and gifted that over. So thanks again to Railway.
Bakovia used to be a star among cities. Historic, wealthy, and bustling with new businesses.
The transition, you like that? Okay. What is our current case? Oh, right. So Murder at the Opera. Killian says Dalliance is a stupid, pretentious play where both leads die a horrible death. To quote him, who wrote this garbage? Star couple. Olivia and Stravos were dating during their time working together on Crossing. While the tabloids had extensive coverage of their relationship, it's unclear what caused them to break up. So during a play, Olivia's character stabs Stavros's character. However, it was supposed to be a prop knife, and Olivia apparently actually stabbed him. With a real knife. And they had dated like 10 years ago. They're working on this other play. Despite being a rising star, Stavros hasn't worked in the theater industry at all in the decade since his role in Crossing. This could indicate that he was blacklisted. Even promising careers quickly end when you have a bad reputation among producers. Gail de Winter is a pen name. The real identity of Dalliance's writer is known only to a select few who have worked with them. That's what we know thus far. And we named our cat Ginger Ale. Because important. Sandra's back. Okay, business looks healthy, and so do you. Good to see you again. Good to see you as well. I've kept my head low long enough. I've been taking long walks in the morning to clear my head. I saw military ships in the port this morning. You know, if we really are looking at war on the continent, places like this will be invaluable. And if you're the only gig in town, well, I should pass on what I know if it can help, right? You're still serving drinks, so my advice from last time still can't have hurt. I don't know if you're just telling me what I want to hear, but I'll do the smart thing. I'll take the compliment and assume you're being honest. Speaking of honesty, I presume you've noticed some people talk more freely when they've had enough to drink. While this may be true of most people, there are people like myself who have a bit more mental fortitude. Okay. This place is a sanctuary, and when people feel safe, they open up. But people who need to be careful what they say are on guard when they feel themselves losing control. Some people have learned to clam up when they've had too much to drink. Ah. Fascinating. After years of working my bar, I noticed that the best way to loosen these people up is to rely on subtlety. The key is to get your customer nice and loose while they still feel like they're in control. Get them too drunk, and they'll be aware of their inebriation, making them avoid potentially uncomfortable conversations. You want to keep the needle in the middle, so to speak. Get them just tipsy enough where they still believe they're in charge. That feeling of comfort will make them open up. I'll keep that in mind. So how about you show me that in action? I could use a drink myself. What kind of flavor do you fancy? It seems my favorite is off the menu. How about something seasonally appropriate for a chance? Would that be enough to work with? Seasonally appropriate. Seasonally appropriate. Cold winter? Or dry war, because there's a war coming. I'm guessing it's seasonally when... I'm guessing it's this one. Clam up! Is that an innuendo? I don't think so. Hey, Blackbird. In this chat, do you even have to ask? Yes. This is made correctly. You've been paying attention. Cold winter. Yeah, look at that. We did it. Means a lot coming from you. That's better. You know. Sorry. I don't have anyone else to share my knowledge with. By the goddess, if this prohibition ever ends, maybe we could work together. Every night I dream of the kind of establishment I would open up. I could. Unless things change, though, a dream is what that will remain. A 3-hour warning. 3 hours left until our drawing for tonight. We're giving away Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. So if you're interested, purchase raffle tickets with your channel points. Maybe you could help out here. That's decent of you to offer, but I don't feel quite brave enough to break the National Prohibition Act. Besides, this place doesn't need me, it has you. Her tired eyes scan the room as if she wants to take in the nostalgia of old Bukovi bars. Bukovi. Finally, her gaze rests upon the stack in the corner and she lets out a soft chuckle. Gotta at least take part in the draw. There you go. Ah, here I go giving tips on getting information when you have one of those puppies sitting in the corner. You're familiar with the stack. Quite familiar. There's a public terminal at the Bukovi. Oh, see, there's not a second V there. Interesting. Bukovi Library. It's incredible just how much you can learn from that thing. People, places, history, anything ever written down can be found with it. The librarian was kind enough to let me use it for a whole hour for only 3 lei. Wow. Alright, well, you're free to use this one if you like. No thank you. That won't be necessary. I already spent enough time with it. I researched the Lake of Sara, you see. I'm going to go exploring soon. See some of the countryside before it's ruined by war. You won a baguette in the Gregorian raffle. I am our family's breadwinner. Yeah, ooh, oh boy. I'll be gone for a while, but I'll try to come back when I can. This place brings back memories, and it's the only place a girl can get a proper drink. See you around, barkeep. Look after this place. Bye, Sandra. Hello, Elena. Elena appears out of nowhere, startling you. Her eyes are piercing as always, but her demeanor is very slightly warmer than the last time you spoke. She almost seems eager for information, to be clear. There's something in the air, don't you feel it? Do you mean the murder? Something more than that. The city is abuzz with gossip and rumor. People are frightened, but invigorated. That excitement soaks into people like us. It energizes us. People like us? Those who are attuned to the spirit of the city. We are sensitive souls. Intrigue and mystery is our catalyst. So yes, the murder is where it begins, but it is just a beginning. I suspect Hugo has not asked for your help this time. I can read that boy like a book, a textbook about trains perhaps. Anyway, I assume he wants to go this one alone, but I have a proposition. Oh? What proposition? Last time we worked together, if you want to call it work, I felt something. A spark. It felt like the old days. Something kindled inside me, and I was reborn. The fogginess of my thoughts was cleared. We're still talking about solving cases, right? I confess, I have enjoyed my retirement. I found rest and peace, but my mind was dulled through inaction. The horrible murder we investigated acted like a whetstone. My mind is sharp again, like it used to be. And so I think it's time I admitted something to myself. I need this. I need to work again. A painful defeat in my past brought on my retirement. But though the wounds of that defeat scarred me, I have healed. Why now? Bartender, I was right there in the audience when it happened. I saw the knife stab the poor man. Providence put me there. I feel I am needed once more, and I am certain the spark that reignited the ashes of my career started with you. Welcome home, Michaela. Really? I need your connections, your insight, your ability to talk with strangers, your position of trust. Allied with my guidance and knowledge, we make a potent team. I propose we get to the bottom of this tragic event and solve this newest mystery together. Where do we start? We still need Detective Mertens. His position and authority lends us credibility and a reliable channel to report our findings. He feels he must take the weight of this case on his own shoulders alone, but I fear it is beyond his capabilities to succeed without us. We will collate our findings, and then you will report to him, but only when we have examined all leads. So let us begin. I will brief you on the facts of the case forthwith. All right. Chat, are you ready to get briefed? Not debriefed. Briefed. Everybody's getting underwear. Ready. That's the spirit. Now, during the performance of the play Dalliance, written by Gail De Winter and directed by Lawrence Sullivan IV, lead actor Stavros Stone was stabbed on stage by co-star Olivia Carmine. Stavros did not survive the wound, and Miss Carmine remains distraught over the accident. It seems something more complex than a simple accident has occurred. You see, there is a scene in the first act where Olivia's character, Penelope, stabs herself with a dagger. She was not harmed. The weapon that killed Stavros seemed to be the same prop dagger that malfunctioned. I find this suspicious as the prop master Reese, now fired, had a good reputation. If it was sabotage, the fact that Olivia was unharmed when she too was stabbed suggests the dagger was brought into play later, after Act 1. All right, we're establishing a timeline. Why does the Pope shower with his briefs on? He doesn't like to look down on the unemployed. Oh. Blackbird. It is my contention that some foul play occurred during the intermission. The suspects are those who had access to the prop table and are as follows. All right, here's our suspect list. The leading lady, Olivia. The props manager, Reese. Kenreid, and Reese Kenreid, and a stagehand by the name of Effia DeVos. That's them all. Start with these three, talk to each, use what you know to put them at ease, charm them, make them drinks, joke with them, and most importantly of all, listen to them. Reese, Olivia, and Effia, one of them holds the truth. Let's solve this mystery together. Time to get to work, bartender. Learn what you can and report back to me. Together, we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm on it. Well, what are you waiting for? Get busy. Well, you're still gabbing at me, lady. All right. Let's start over at the stack. So we got a new entry here. Olivia Carmine, registered. Olivia Carmine, please select a topic. Okay. Personal life? Olivia Carmine was born in 1894 at the Royal Hospital in Boothby. She's the daughter of Bartholomew Carmine and famous singer Victoria Carmine, notable members of the ancient aristocratic Carmine family. Olivia enjoyed a prestigious private education where her talent for singing as a mezzo-soprano was quickly discovered. Nurtured by the experience of her mother, she made her first debut at the theater in 1918 with her performance in Roseg. Sufficient tabloid coverage and magazine articles exist to strongly suggest that both leads, Olivia and Stavros, had entered a relationship shortly before the first performance. It ended a few months later. While many tabloids speculated on the cause of the breakup, an official statement was never released by either performer. Olivia later married Gustav Trafalgar, though opting to retain her family name. Their marriage lasted for 5 years before Gustav passed away from cardiac arrest caused by a congenital heart defect. Olivia has since stated that she no longer holds interest in long-term relationships, choosing to focus on her career as an opera singer and hosting her popular radio show, Chamomile and Carmine. Olivia has gone on record in several newspaper interviews to say she considers herself a devout follower of the Church of the Goddess, considers her faith to have a significant positive impact on her day-to-day life. News. As confirmed by hundreds of eyewitnesses in the audience, Olivia Carmine stabbed fellow actor Stavros during the performance dalliance. This was to be Mr. Sullivan's final work before entering retirement. Lawrence Sullivan, producer. Okay. Police investigation still ongoing. Miss Carmine was released after recounting her version of events leading up to the incident. Bougainville Police Department has released a statement saying that they are actively investigating whether it was a tragic accident caused by a malfunctioning prop or if it was purposely tampered. Olivia Carmine has not made a public appearance since the incident. Reporters and investigators are consistently met by her agent and lawyer instead. Okay. That's it. U.S. Embassy in Norway's capital were bombed? Really? Wow. Whoa. All the way up in Norway. Okay. So I'll just click on this to get it out of the way. Oops. What? Suspects. Fourth? Not really, no. Besides the 3 I've already mentioned, there's no clear potential 4th suspect. Of course, that could change as new facts come to light. Okay. Question them all. Killian attempted to help Stavros, right? Because he's got medical training through osmosis? His mom's a doctor? The boy is about as useful as a chocolate teapot. But you may want to talk with him nonetheless. Okay, disappeared from theater. Why did you stop acting? Nobody really knows. Okay. Oh, no thanks, dear. I never drink on the job. I must keep my clear head. As you know, I think best in a bar. Something about the ambiance clears my mind. Oh, she doesn't want to drink. Oh, okay. What is it like to work as a PI? It's better than sitting at home reading predictable novels and knitting. Really? Actually, I wouldn't know. My husband is the knitter in our household. but investigating is more exciting than writing. Tell me, why do you ask? Does this line of work appeal to you? I'd like to be a PI. Truly. Do you want this life? Or are you just indulging me? I'd like to learn from you. You flatter me, dear. Let's see how this case goes, and as we work on it together, I promise to teach you all I can. How come? As you know, I think this is her line. Okay. What do you think about Detective Mertens? He wants to stand on his own 2 feet with this case to solve it without any help from you, or me for that matter. It's admirable, but mistaken. He is in over his head. I can already tell that this case is a complex one. Even on his best day, it would be too much for him alone. And we both know these are not his best days. You don't think very highly of him? I believe in him more than I should. We may bicker, but I respect Hugo. I hope he finds his feet once more and realizes his initial potential. I hope for it, but I do not expect it. Investigators must be honest, most especially with themselves. I have a soft spot for the hard-working officers who see their own mediocrity and battle to overcome it. In this case, though, Hugo is essential to us. He will be the medium, but we are the message. Our findings, your findings, will be channeled through Hugo to the Bukovi Constabulary. He will legitimize our conclusions. And in the end, Hugo will gain the kudos from his superiors. I will get the simulation of solving another mystery. And me? She gives you a wry smile. Hugo's gratitude and latitude. He will tolerate your bar and even protect it when he sees how valuable it can be. Perhaps there is something I can do to help you with this Carla situation. Ah, you know about my debt. Give me some credit, bartender. I know all about you. And if you help me, I will help you too. As much as I can. You have my word. As you know, okay. So, you mentioned a painful defeat in your past. She visibly stiffens, then takes a breath, and her shoulders relax a little. Yes, I see you were paying attention, and you're not afraid to ask questions, even when you know they might cause upset. Why is the question upset? You know those detective stories where the brilliant, insightful sleuth solves the unsolvable crimes and is always one step ahead of the criminals? Sure. Splendid. Well, anyway, in those stories, the brilliant detective eventually comes across a criminal mastermind that is their equal, Moriarty. A foe as cunning and ruthless as the detective is steadfast and unwavering. You have an enemy? I have a nemesis. Or had. I'm not sure they would consider me an enemy anymore. I would have to be a threat. In fact, I doubt they think about me at all. Well, what happened? In those heroic stories I mentioned at the end, through great sacrifice and effort, the hero outsmarts the criminal, and though the plot twists and turns, they emerge triumphant. But this is not a heroic story, bartender. This is real life, and real life does not have neat and tidy conclusions. Son of a bitch. Real life is messier, and though it can have happy endings, this is not one. So they beat you. She nods and almost smiles. You get the sense she has just accepted something for the first time. Yes, she beat me easily. She? Is it Sandra? I was no match for her. Only by sliding into the ignominy of retirement and obscurity could I save myself from my nemesis' retribution. I thought of the safety of family and I surrendered. Who is she? Pray you never learn. Perhaps I will tell you more about her one day, but knowing even her name is dangerous. Let us move on to other subjects. It's totally Sandra, isn't it? Friend always tells everyone that he's a private investigator, but within our group of friends, we know he's just a gynecologist. Oh. As you know, I think best in the bar. Indeed. Okay, so we've exhausted all our topics with her. All right. Let's talk to the boss. Well, well, we're still here. All's good, I hope. Evening, Vincent. Let's have a chat. I'm feeling very talkative tonight. Oh, he's got something new. Have you ever... Oh, I need to get him a drink first before we get too far. Something classic. Might need to get him tipsy. I know this is his favorite. And he likes the one night stand. I need something like a 3, 4, or 5. Evening prayer. Femme fatale. Poison drop. What are his likes and dislikes? I did develop a fondness for olives recently. Well, I mean, there's olives in this one, and it's a 3. I guess we'll try it. See how he likes the femme fatale. I'm seeing some signs of improvement. You know, I'm a big fan of orange. If you have any recipes up your sleeve with citrus, I'm all for it. Big fan of orange. Well, that didn't do it. Okay. Let's try the poison drop. Nothing more classic than poison drops. Let's see what happens with his affection. Huh. I mean, I think it was better than the other one, but... Okay. You ever left Sarah? Why in the world would I leave the greatest city civilization has ever built? I see your point. Glad we agree. It's a wonderful place. The pinnacle, although I confess this city has gone downhill of late. These blasted politicians seem dead set on plunging us into another war. Rusalka, Albion, and Anglia and Songha are the worst with their aggressive foreign policy, but Sara itself has done much to stoke the flames of conflict. And let me be clear, my friend, I do not blame the people from these countries. The Anglians are a jovial bunch. I once spent a night drinking with Rusalkan woodsmen, and I will never forget. No, there are fine people everywhere, I suppose. That's what Flora would say anyway. My late wife wanted to travel more, until the illness took her. Upon retirement, we had planned to alight on a grand odyssey and explore Rusalka, Albion, Vinland, and even the colonies. Alas, fate had other plans, and now I run a bookstore which hides a speakeasy beneath. And all my traveling happens in the books I read. They can take me anywhere, bartender, which is grand because some days I feel like I need an escape. And I'm too old, too tired to leave this country on my own. So books it is. Let's have a chat. All right. For now, I'll leave those 3 questions, maybe things about the case. No, have I? Olivia stabbed Stavros during the second act of Dalliance. She was hurt when she stabbed herself. She wasn't hurt when she stabbed herself. Maybe he knows something about these closed doors. That certainly explains why he disappeared off my radar. I like to keep up with Saran culture, you see. From what I recall, he was excellent in crossing, but I don't imagine it made him the kind of money where he could afford to retire early. You know anything about Gale de Winter? Oh yes, of course, I was aware of that. Gale de Winter is a very talented writer indeed. Naturally, I'm well acquainted with their oeuvre. In fact, I have 1 or 2 of their librettos installed. You know who it might be? Oh, I've certainly wondered. I try to respect an artist's privacy, but I have a few theories. If you asked me last year, I would have confidently said it was Matei Vasili. It goes without saying that they'd be Sarin born and upper class, but after Dalliance, I'm certain the poignant tragedy of Penelope's lament could only have been penned by a woman. My bet would be on Marusha Ionescu. Of course, it's nothing but speculation. The only people who know for sure are the ones who worked with them directly, producers, directors, and the like. Us common folk are privy to such secrets. I gotta say, I'd enjoy a change of scenery now and then in this bar. What? This bar is wonderful. What do you mean? I can't believe you'd even consider Olivia a suspect. What happened was a tragedy for all involved, including her. Can't rule anything out this early. You sound just like the detective. It seems he's rubbed off on you. I can't stop you if you're really intent on investigating. Just be a little respectful, will you? I will. Alright, he's headed home. Bye, Vincent! There ain't even a random bra hanging on the sofa when you open in the morning? This is a classy joint, sir. How dare you? Random bra. As if. Pshaw. Alright. Hey, Killian. I've heard a drink is good for a bad day. I wonder how true that is. We got a lot of things to talk about, you and I. Alright. Killian squints at the drinks menu behind you, whispering the names under his breath. Ah, yes, it's finally back. What is? The Mint Punch! It's the drink I liked the most back when this bar first opened. Slightly alcoholic and plenty sweet. I'd like to have one of those. I've got you covered. Mint Punch. Okay, so the Mint Punch, that does get him tipsy. And it's his favorite. So we'll work. We'll do that. I have to use a 4 precisely to get him just drunk enough. And the only one available is the Dry War. Alright. Let's start with this. Mint Punch! So this is his favorite drink, so we should see the affection go up. Yeah. Pretty good chunk. Okay. Alright. Let's talk about these things. Also, I need to talk to you about clues, so it's going to be an ongoing. Alright, let's get these out of the way. Let's see. You really like it here, don't you? Like it? Why, I love this place. Ever since I lost Elena, I feel I don't quite fit in. I fit in anywhere, except maybe here. What do you think? I'm glad it feels like home. The mix of people, the drinks, the ambience, it's just so invigorating. And the fact that my mother, my cousins, my housekeeper, and my old school teachers don't come here helps a lot too. You're avoiding them all? As much as I can, yes. Every day I'm surrounded by two types of people, those who suspect I'm a buffoon and those who have seen enough evidence to be sure of it. At home, I am labeled a layabout because I have no employment. Amongst friends, I am either called a sad sack when I talk about Elena, or they consider me heartless for not grieving enough. Do they expect me to don a black veil and haunt the graveyard like some ghoul? Or do they prefer I pretend she never lived? I cannot win. Do not get me wrong, there are plenty of reasons I do not want to be around my friends and family, but that is not the reason I love it here. Why? It's more than the drinks and the people, the scent of citrus and cinnamon, and the jazz from the old record player. No, this place is magical. I cannot put my finger on why. I think you just really like cocktails. It's the feeling that anything could happen here. Yes, that is it. When I come here, it feels like this is the stage, not some silly opera. It feels like this is where the lead characters come to live out their adventures. I've heard of medical training. So you tried to save Stravos. Yeah, tried being the operative word. I was never the best medical student. I wasn't even the best medical student that dropped out. But after Elena's death, when I was so helpless, I just wanted to do something, you know? I tried to help, and I almost made things worse. Or the same, I guess. Healing's shoulders slumped down. He picks at a splinter on the counter, absentmindedly. Reese probably did the right thing when they pulled me aside. I saw someone die up close, and I was once again of no help. Worse, this time I almost had his blood on my hands, and I am not being metaphorical. Goddess knows I've had enough flowery language and heavy-handed symbolism from that damned opera. I just feel useless. As the son of a doctor, I should have done better. Been better. Just be better. But though I'm guilty, I'm bored with my own depression. Can you imagine anything worse? Not only am I miserable, but I'm bored with my own misery. And so I sit here and drink, and I look for distraction anywhere I can find it. Say, do you see Reese around? Did you see Reese around? I should ask him if they prefer cats or dogs. I've heard it. What? Why? Okay. Just be better, forehead. Oh, God. Do I absolutely have to? Oh, just tell me about it. Fine, I shall indulge you. Allow me to summarize the world's most self-indulgent, teeth-grindingly boring play any human has ever endured. Was it that bad? At one point, I found a ball of lint in my jacket pocket, and I maintained my sanity by squeezing it between my fingers and imagining it was Lawrence Sullivan's head. And I did not think there would be quite so much singing in an opera. You're an idiot. Killian. I went to this musical, and there was all this singing. What the hell? You're feeling down, just cheer up. Exactly. It was skin-crawlingly awkward. Frankly, the addition of a real-life murder was probably the only thing that could wake up some of the audience members. Damn. I shouldn't joke, but I feel like if you can't laugh at these things with friends in an illegal speakeasy, when can you? Just give me the gist of the story. Very well. In brief, Olivia's character, I do not remember her name in the play, Paulina perhaps? That's not what it was. Sings for about 40 minutes at the start of the performance about her horrible past, Then she kills herself with a dagger. And then the story goes back in time, a flashback they call it, but I call it a headache. Anyway, we see all the events leading up to her melodramatic suicide, which were miserable. She was unlucky in love, something about a horse, more unbearable singing. Then eventually we learned she killed her husband with the same dagger. What about the horse? So the main character dies at the start and murders her husband at the end, yes. But of course, the scene played out a little too authentically, and Stavros was stabbed to death. But Olivia wasn't hurt at the start. When she was stabbed? No, strange that, wasn't it? I wonder how it all happened. Well, I'm sure Detective Mertens will figure it all out. Or more likely, Elena Ernest will swoop in and steal his glory. All I can be sure of is this: I will never be going to the opera again. The boring play was bad enough, but the real-life murder at the denouement? Too much. Too much! Too much, he says. Alright, tell me about this, I'm sure I can definitely confirm Olivia didn't stab herself in the first act. That would have left an impression, alright. All you have to add? What are you expecting to hear? I didn't go backstage, did I? Besides, I was busy during the intermission. They had champagne and little finger foods in the lobby. Oh my god, and suddenly I relate to him. That's exactly where I would be. Alright. Did I present all the clues to her? I don't remember if I did. Oh, I didn't present any of the clues to her. Alright, well let's get that done. Killian says Dalian's is stupid, pretentious play where both leads die in a horrible state. To quote him, who writes this garbage? Mr. Duran's colorful language aside, he does raise an interesting point. Both protagonists are dead by the end of the play. Whoever wanted to kill Stavros on stage was certainly given a convenient scenario to achieve their goal.
Yet.
Hey, Duke. As you know, I think best in a bar. Something about So they dated at one point. Interesting. It's worth grilling her for more information on the next time you see her, bartender. A breakup usually implies messy negative feelings, and any smoldering resentment between Olivia and Stavros may be relevant to our investigation. And if it isn't, well, she could probably benefit from learning what it feels like to have someone dig through your dirty laundry, no? She's made somewhat of a career of that, last I heard. What's with his 10-year hiatus? That big box in the corner told you this. My, I'd have loved to have a tool like that at my disposal back in the day. Though Stavros' reputation may have become tarnished somehow, it would explain his absence from the stage. But what could have caused it? Try digging some more. I can tell you this much about actors. There's always drama behind the scenes. Always. How's your Sunday going, Duke? Ah, yes. I remember hearing something about that. Do you believe the writer of the play might have something to do with the case? It's certainly a possibility. If you want to find out De Winter's true identity, you'll have to get in good graces of someone who's worked with them personally. Use good old-fashioned flattery if you must. As you know, I think that, you know. And this little tidbit. Check it out. Yes, dear, that's what I told you. Olivia avoiding harm during her little stunt. Yep. Alright. Okay. Ready. Having a rough day playing 14, it seems like, so I'm trying to find something to read instead. Oh, sorry to hear that, sir. What's happening in 14? Are you raiding? No one can do mechanics on any fight. Gotcha. Ginger ale feels comforts you. All right. Next day. Wednesday. Oh my. Who do we have here? This is probably Sullivan. I'm guessing. The producer. A distinguished gentleman approaches the bar and sits down. While he looks similar in age to Vincent, the way he carries himself suggests more vim and vigor. Hello there. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I presume you run this fine establishment. You presume correctly. Wonderful. It's always great to meet new people. Though my reputation precedes me, I feel it is important to make introductions regardless. I am Lawrence Sullivan IV, theater producer and director, great-grandson of Lawrence Sullivan III, and current patriarch of the venerable and well-respected Sullivan family. Your great-granddad is still alive? Interesting. At your age? Huh. Huh. Hey. Wow. Our lineage is about as old as Bukovi itself. I doubt you could find a single major historical event in Bukovi's history that doesn't mention the involvement of one of my ancestors. No, I think he is the patriarch, not the great-granddad. Oh, that could be the case. That would make more sense. Yeah. Okay. The Lawrence Sullivan, we gotta flatter him, right? The Lawrence Sullivan IV, famous opera producer at the Maverick. The very same! Good to see I have fans in unexpected places. A speakeasy isn't the first establishment that comes to mind when one thinks of high culture. But good art permeates all strata of Bukovi's society. Would you like a drink? Why else would I frequent an illegal underground bar? Olivia certainly knows some interesting spots around the city. Olivia told you about this place. Yes, indeed. She told me about the fantastical portal to pre-prohibition times I could find hidden beneath the Libraria. Unfortunately, due to recent events, she didn't have time to tell me exactly where to find the entrance. Fortunately, I know Vincent well enough. We've always moved in similar circles, so I simply asked him where to go. And here we are. Very good. Now then, how about that drink? What flavors do you enjoy? Now bear in mind how I look while consuming the beverage. Perhaps something simple to represent my modesty. but with a little flair on the proverbial cherry on top. Right. All right. Let's make a quick save here. We're going to try to figure out his favorite drink. He wants something simple with a little flair on top. Let's see if I can make something worthy of your name. That's the spirit. Okay. So Dry War, I'm thinking, is out. Evening Prayer could do it. Drama Queen. That could be good. I think the Drama Queen. Yeah. He looks the part. But is it too on the nose? Wait. 7 gets him tip. Oh, wow. That would be amazing if that's the case. That would get him immediately drunk. Jeez. All right, well, let's see what we got. The Drama Queen. Oh, gasp. Ah! I don't know why it stopped right at the end. Right before the end. This drink is audaciously good. I see how you make a living off these. Thanks. I look forward to spending more time here. Olivia did well to find this place and recommend it to me. As long as the police are investigating this unfortunate incident, I can't really travel out of the city anyway. With all that said, I bid you adieu, my friend. Hello, Mr. Sullivan. Adieu. Oh, Jesus. Well, oh. Hey there, fashionable stranger. All right, the stranger sits down at the bar. Their eyes narrow as they regard each person in turn before turning to face you. You're not sure if they're annoyed or if it's just, or if it's that, if it. I do know how to read. You're not sure if they're annoyed or if that's just their eyebrows. Okay. Rough day? The trials and tribulations that have plagued me cannot be contained within a mere 24 hours. Though I deem it unfair to offload all my torment upon an innocent ear. You're refreshingly earnest. My name is Reese Kenrid. I was the prop master at the Maverick Opera House. Oh. Was the prop master. Pleasure to meet you. After the tragedy at my former place of employment, I was told by many that I could use a drink. A blithely cheerful blonde fellow pointed me in this direction. That's gotta be you. The other, Killian. Oh, did we get his? Yep, Drama Queen is his favorite. Okay. What did you think of Killian? The human equivalent of a golden retriever in a powder pink suit. No doubt his mother thinks his looks are adequate compensation for all his other shortcomings. Definitely Killian. He did not disclose his name, usually an essential first step when desperately trying to form a new friendship, especially bewildering when the friendship would be between two mismatched and strange bedfellows. Goddess, I'm so sour today, even I cannot stand it. I am somehow even more judgmental than usual this evening. Cannot quite believe this Killian fellow leapt on stage and tried to help. His lack of medical knowledge is staggering. His heart was in the right place, I suppose, but I'm not sure he knew the names or locations of any of the other organs. Let's see. Can I offer you a drink in these trying times? Yes, in spite of it all, Killian was right. I could use a drink. I'm very curious to see what you will serve me on this moonlit evening. Any flavors are fun. Something light and sweet, not too strong. Okay. Something that symbolizes a fresh start. After tonight, I want to face tomorrow with renewed zeal. Killian's so smart, yeah. You want drink, you speak easy, go. Yeah. I am curious to see what you'll serve me in this movie. Okay, so make a quick save. See if we can find his favorite. We gotta put him in we need to put him in a good mood. So favorite will help do that. Okay, so he said something light, but not too strong. So like a 3 or 4. Hopefully we'll do it. I mean, drama queen should be the thing, but let's see. Something. Wait a minute. Something light. Something light and sweet, but not too strong. Something that symbolizes a fresh start. Fresh start. Light and sweet, not too strong, fresh start. Light and sweet. So something with sugar syrup. Could be the mint punch. Poison drop. Fresh start, though. Something that represents a fresh start. So, mint punch again? I guess, maybe. Fresh start after poisoning someone successfully? Yeah, maybe? Let's see if the mint punch does it. Although, mint punch. Oh, it was it. That really hit the spot. Fresh yet sweet, like a new dawn in a glass. I love it. I guess that was it. Mint punch. They do have another favorite. I think I'll be back. The decor is a bit bright and garish for my taste, but there's a shabby, faded grandeur I appreciate. Personified by Vincent, whose eccentric manner is occasionally amusing. You're always welcome. Reese's mask of affected disinterest slips for a moment, and they let out a low breath, perhaps a sigh of relief. You suspect they are going through a difficult time. Perhaps I can bring my friends along. The Ravenborn Society might enjoy it here. We need a new place to discuss this month's novel. They're a bunch of Edgar Allan Poe fans, aren't they? Oh God. They're the precursor to the Goths. Now then, I can't stay around too long for this evening. I need to find a new job soon, and I must make sure I do not spiral into a pit of alcohol and self-pitying melancholy, as I do most Tuesdays. I put some coins on the counter, give a courteous nod, and walk off towards the exit without waving, without looking back. Oh. Okay, bye! Alright, here we are. What are these two talking about? Hey, that's right. 2-hour warning. We are giving away Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. Baldur's Gate 1. You're interested in chance to win a Steam key. Thanks, Michaela. You can purchase raffle tickets using your channel points. Oh boy. There's some strong competition for this one, folks. Mr. Sullivan, I need to talk to you in an official capacity about the recent events at the Maverick Theater during the performance of the play you produced. Yes, very good. I say, aren't you that fellow, that detective fellow? You have a strong jawline. Distinctive! Have you ever acted or modeled? What? No, Mr. Sullivan, this is not the time for... I don't have much to do with the fashion world, but my cousin Maurice is looking for unusual-looking gentlemen who can showcase his three-piece suits on some billboards. I am an officer of... What do you mean unusual? Oh, I meant it as a compliment, of course, not unusual in an unappealing way. You know, distinctive, striking. Mr. Lawrence, can I ask you about some unusual events on the night of the accident? It's that jawline, so rugged. Yes, you'd make a fine leading man, too, you know, if you had talent or charisma. Mr. Lawrence, can you tell me exactly where you were at? Some people will hear that they lack charisma and consider that an insult. Not me. I see true charisma all the time, and though it's essential on stage, I know that it comes not from practice or virtuous effort. Mr. Sullivan, if you could please listen to my questions carefully. All I want to know is, charisma is like being tall or beautiful. Indeed, a part of physical charisma for a leading man is being tall, but what I'm really talking about is the charisma of personality. You know, the type of person who lights up a room with their smile, who makes who makes your heart glow warm just because you're in their presence. You're not listening to me at all. I hate small talk. Small talk? We are discussing the most important aspect of a man's nature, their ability to inspire others with affection and connection. Mr. Lawrence, that's all very interesting, but if we could get back to my questions about the incident during Dalliance. Ah, yes, well, Dalliance relied on a strong, charismatic male performer, somewhat stiff and unlikable at first, of course, not unlike you, but as the story progresses, forget it. This is going nowhere. I hate the theater. Ha ha ha. Good one, old fellow. Mertens is not doing very well. Ah, finally. I thought I'd sit here and eon. Good evening, Lawrence. I'm in dire need of invigorating conversation and drink. I hope you can provide both. Okay. Let's go down these options. Finds me, of course. Very well. Passion. A drink that shows ambition, passion. A drink that makes one weep with its many complexities. Something strong yet bitter, warm yet frosty. Huh? I already have the game, by the way. Just more fun when there is more in the raffle. Oh no. Alright. Okay, Blackbird, I appreciate that, but it causes problems. It's because on the off chance that your name comes up, you already have it. Are you going to actually take the key and then give it to somebody else that you know, or are you just spending points to spend points? Because I can refund the points if that's the case, and then take your name off the list. Oh, you can give. Okay, as long as you're actually going to take the key and then give it to somebody you know, that's perfectly fine. That works. Okay. Cool. You had to laugh about that yesterday? Because it was in Cog stream. Oh, okay. I wondered if that's what you guys were talking about. I heard you guys talking about something. I was, you know, I had Cog in the background, you know, just listening, and I realized I've been meaning to set up a bot account, so I was like, well, I'll just get this done while I'm listening to Cog. And at one point, I almost typed something in chat while logged into that account, and I was like, whoo, careful. Yeah. So Dalliance was to be your swan song. Indeed, it was a wonderful play about tragedy and melancholy. A tour de force through the history of Saran society with Olivia Carmine and Stavros Stone back where they should be. Top billing. Both Olivia and Stavros were stars of my play, Crossing. In some ways, Dalliance was the second part of that story. Though not linked by plot or character, the two plays were thematic siblings. In a sense, Dalliance closed the loop that began with Crossing. So what are your plays about? Thinking of Killian's review? Let me see if I can find this. Life and death, everything in between. Though I don't write the stories, Dalliance was written by Gail de Winter. But though the script is important, it is the director and producer who bring the words to life and create the magic. You can think of the script as the rails we ride on. Meanwhile, as producer and director, I both construct the locomotive and pilot it to where it needs to go. Quite the metaphor. Well, I'm glad to help you peek behind the curtain and explain how the magic is made. Okay. Could an enemy have tried to sabotage Dalliance? Could an enemy have tried to sabotage Dalliance? An enemy? Who in the world would consider me an enemy? I just thought, well, I suppose I can think of one, or maybe two, now that you mention. Like? Well, there's Artemis Godolphin, the theater critic. That fat old queen never did warm to my work, talentless hack. Then there's Carmelia Simone. She was a falsetto who could break a crystal glass with her voice and break the hearts of every wife whose husband she seduced. That woman was voracious and vivacious and vicious. When I chastised her, she threatened to burn down the rehearsal studio. A review from George S. Kaufman, playwright and god-tier asshole. He was invited to go to a viewing of a play. He left the front rows during the showing, and later a telegram showed up for the lead actor during a break. I am watching your performance from the rear of the house. Wish you were here. God damn. Oh, wow. Oh, and of course, there's my old rival Marcus van Karstein. Marcus! The 8th Duke of Hanovera never did like me or my family. His father and my father had a blood feud, and as their sons, Marcus and I were expected to continue that feud. Neither of us had the stomach for blood, though, so instead we sent a series of increasingly savage letters to one another. I once called his suit Horriawful. Horriawful? It means horrible and awful at the same time. Oh no, I got that. Of course. And I suppose my ex-wife, Mary Anna, might wish specific harm on me, and I know this because she sent me a letter. He's got a lot of enemies. What did it say? I wish you specific harm. You have a lot of enemies. Yes, well, if you're not upsetting anyone with what you say, you're not saying anything at all. I'm in jeez. I wish I had those words yesterday when I was at your daughter's play yesterday. Uh-oh. One girl was screeching the entire play and it hurt my ears. Oh, jeez. Made you wince, Yohei? Just thinking about it. It was so loud and hurt my ears. That is a specific harm. That's general harm. Specific harm would list said harm. Well, maybe there was just more to the letter and he didn't tell us everything in the letter. Maybe. It's possible. So tell me about your other plays. Oh, must I? I really feel Dalliance is my defining work. Everything else has been a stepping stone, including The Step. What was The Step about? It was originally a Bildungsroman about a Bildungsroman? What does that mean? Does anyone know what that means? The capital B? That must be, I'm guessing that's a name within the setting. It was originally a Bildungsroman about a young man whose genius was curtailed by an overbearing wife. Is this genre kind of a coming of age? Oh, it's a real thing? Oh, okay. I wonder why they capitalized B though. I wish you would stub your pinky toe every time it gets close to healing. Kayla. It wasn't well reviewed, but needs must. It opened the doors for better projects during the middle period slump of my career. And I think the critics, often talking out of their, well, you know. Anything else? Oh, I've directed 100 plays and produced more. Give me a subject and I'll tell you about a play I've worked on. A Fate Worse Than Death, Miss Michaela? That's, what the hell? So hyper-specific. Anything about bars? Small orange beavers called Birdie. That's why it's so specific harm. Right? Weird. You're stealing it for review your coworkers tomorrow. Oh boy. Yes, I directed a play called Nasdrave, a wonderful little pot boiler about a tavern that was snowed in, and the patrons knew one of their companions was a killer. I've had a long career, but I am an optimist. I still believe my best work is ahead of me. I'm sure it is. Okay, so we've asked him about all the works. Let's ask him about some clues. Yeah, what's this all about with the closed doors? Tell me about this. Yes, poor chap. Of course, I was questioned on my decision to bring him back from obscurity. Lucky for me, he was still as talented as ever. That's good. Justice is best served cold, because if it were served warm, it would be just water. Ooh, oh boy. One in the speakeasy clearly is a killer. Hope I kill them before they kill me. Just ice. Just water. Boo! I think we need to keep Brian and Blackbird apart. Be like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters. So he really was blacklisted? Oh yes, the practice is rather common. It's good form to look out for your peers in the industry. People like us shouldn't be burdened with the nitty-gritty of running background checks on every starlet that shows up to audition. Our time is more valuable than that. If someone has proven to be ill-tempered and hard to work with, warning your colleagues is a common courtesy. So why was Stavros blacklisted? Unless you're planning on casting him posthumously in your next production, I don't see how that's any concern of yours. Where did the time go? I must be off. Good night, bartender. Goodbye. Oh, he's in a bad mood. Detective. What do you want? I'm very busy right now. You know, I never pictured you as a Nestor detective. Hugo's face immediately turns bright red hearing his middle name. He doesn't remain flustered for long, however, and his embarrassment turns to consternation. I'm not sure how you missed this fact, bartender, but I'm not a man known for his sense of humor or patience. Sorry, Hugh. I told you not to dig into this case, and you decided to dig into me and my personal background instead. While I commend you on your ability to gather and collect information, my admiration is lessened by how trivial the information is. Let's move beyond these immature playground games. I'm in no mood to be mocked today, or ever. Apologies, Detective Mertens. I wonder if there was a... Hang on. I wonder if there are any of those other options. I couldn't resist. It's just teasing, Hugo. All right. Any more thoughts on the BPD? Right now, I feel they are a compromised public service, unwilling to give hard-working officers like me the support and resources I need to achieve success, but expecting it nonetheless. You always feel this way? No. In truth, I was once very naive and exemplary officer of the Bukovi PD, the youngest detective and an outspoken evangelist for the duty, honor, and integrity of the Bukovi Constabulary. Now, I once spoke with Elena Ernest about the history of our esteemed PD. She had and has a cynical view of our purpose and our inception. I was once willing to argue with her tooth and nail that she was wrong. I would extol the virtues of our system at length, talk of honor and justice and equality, but The more I see of the forest, the more I think these values are just words, no actions behind them. Damn it, bartender, I miss Belgia. I miss a place where everything made sense and there was rules and we followed them. There are too many shades of gray here. Rules we must follow, rules we ignore, rules we don't talk about. Is Belgia so different? Maybe, I don't know. Perhaps the whole world has changed. Sometimes I have this dream, bartender. I should not tell you about it. Maybe another time. What do you want? Very busy. Doesn't want anything to drink. How are you enjoying your time at the theater? Are you being funny with me? Huh? I hate everything about working with these people. I hate the way they speak, always dancing and around the points. I hate the smell of greased paint and the dirty backstage rooms they infest. Most of all, I hate their laughter and singing and general tomfoolery. Tomfoolery? It sounds insufferable. Precisely, and I'm getting nowhere. It's just so aggravating. I can't connect with them all. I need someone who can speak to these people. Someone from their world, or at least someone that isn't me. What do you mean? I know what I am, bartender. Driven, focused, meticulous, but I also know what I am not. Charming? Very funny. I'm not prone to fights of flancy. I'm not mercurial, fond of dramatics. All this singing and dancing and the way these theater types are so emotional, it's exhausting. Tell me, why are they always so expressive? I was not built for such silly business. But you're fun. Ooh. Oh. Back that up. I prefer hijinks. I prefer shenanigans. I enjoy a bit of tomfoolery now and then. I don't. It's just so aggravating. Friendly? It's true. Like I said, I know what I am. I'm glad at least you can be serious with me. Well, I'm glad I can perhaps talk to some suspects here where their guard is down. Though they keep slipping away from me, like eels between my fingers. I could help. I could help. It's my job to pin them down, or to grab hold of them, I guess. So just keep serving them strong drinks and let me work. I will get the information I need. Go mad trying. Okay, can you tell me... So can you talk about the case at all? To my partner, yes, you are not my partner. You don't have a partner? That's correct. And why would you want to get involved anyway? Is it not better to keep your nose clean? I mean, I wanted to help. Look, I still need the bar. I still need the customers here. Relaxed and with their guard down, do what you do best. Make drinks, make casual conversation, let me do my job. You want 10 leaves worth of free advice? Avoid Elena Ernest. Why? Elena is a liability. The press are swarming once again. This is somehow an even bigger media circus than the Dragos murder. An opera star stabbed on stage in front of an audience? By the goddess, crimes don't come more high profile than this. This is my big chance to show that I'm where I'm supposed to be, to show all those doubters in the precinct that I'm the man for the job, and that is exactly what I intend to do. Why are you so quiet, bartender? What are you scheming? It's nothing, detective. Yes, well, very good. What do you want? I'm very busy. Don't most detectives work with partners? Yes, so... I told you already, I'll be working on this one. I'm another police officer. Yes, well, that is rather a sore point, so thank you very much for bringing that up. Sorry. Please forgive me. I'm on edge. Your question is a reasonable one. The Bukovi Constabulary is a competitive environment filled with overly ambitious young men who will pat you on the back one moment and stab you in it the next. There are too many people just like me, and I don't want to work with someone just like me. I want someone reliable, steady, and perhaps, if I'm honest, someone who is better with people. That is not my strongest area. He just literally described me. Dude. Pack your pride away. Ask for help. So yes, I could have a partner. I could even choose to deputize a member of the public to help me, as you know, but right now, I have to do this alone. Deputize me. Me! Alright, I get it. Truth is, I had a partner once. Trevelyan was his name. Trevelyan? Isn't that awfully close to 006's name from GoldenEye? Yeah, alright. Is it the same? Is that the same? Or is it off a little bit? Handsome fellow, smooth talker, ambitious, like me, but charismatic too. Well, what happened to him? He was my first partner, and I was his. After we were assigned to the same district, we embraced. When we filed our first arrest, it felt like winning a grand prize. It seemed like nothing could stop us. I think it's Trevelyan in the game. First value is an E, not an A. Oh, okay. But the truth is, he outshone me. He leapfrogged me for promotion, and now he's dating the commissioner's daughter. When I say hello to him in the station corridor, he doesn't even look at me. I'm sorry, Hugo. Don't worry about me, bartender. There was a lesson in it for me. There's a lesson there for you too, if you want to hear it. Sure. I let Trevelyan take the lead, take the glory. I became a sidekick, a side character in my own life, because I thought his success was our success, so I coasted on his achievements and didn't push myself to reach my true potential. A clever young woman once said, never dim your star to let another shine brighter. She was right. You understand what I'm saying? I think so. Good. Let's get back to our respective jobs. Alright. About that dream you had. Tell me about that dream you had, sir. Right. Sometimes I have this dream, bartender. I probably shouldn't tell you about it, but I will. In my dream, I was on my model train. A tiny man, as small as a shot glass. I was riding around and around the track on the back of a locomotive. The little model world was whizzing past. I was content. Suddenly, on a parallel track, my father came past me on another train. It was cold, and there was snow on the ground, and his train whistled past me towards a tunnel. The whistling wind and snow was getting worse. He didn't say anything to me. His face was wrapped in a scarf. He didn't look at me. I could see he was holding a torch. It lit up the path ahead, lit up the tunnel when he went inside. In the dream, I knew he was going ahead to light up a fire in the cold and the dark. And I knew that at the end of the tunnel, on the other side, if there was an other side, he'd be waiting for me. That was my dream. Are you okay, Hugo? He shakes his head distractedly, then licks his lips like he wants to say more, but his features darken and he relaxes his shoulders. I'm fine. And I'm done with this subject. Let's move on. What do you want? Alright, so we were able to get that done. Nice. Should I present him with any clues? I don't see how this is relevant. So if you had a less than stellar reputation in the industry, whoever the reason was, if he'd been out of the game for a decade, it's certainly old news by now. I'm not so sure. He's not listening. Olivia was unharmed, then the weapon could not have been introduced before her number in Act 1. I admit I had not realized that. That's all you're getting from me. This is the nom de plume. Oh, really? I must have missed the part where it said, and then you kill the lead actor on stage in the script. I don't see how the writer's identity is in any way relevant to my investigation. You could find out who they are. That is not a good use of police resources. Free to waste your own time on pointless sleuthing, bartender. Don't expect me to waste mine. Alright, jerk off. Get out of here. Who is this young lady? Okay, an assertive young woman approaches the bar. For a brief moment, she looks around, seeming to admire the decor before she takes a seat on the stool. A woman walks into a bar. It's not a bad start, huh? Oh, is she the writer? Is she the writer? Fia DeVos. It's the opening of one of my favorite books. Then she orders a drink. So what have you got? Well, what do you like? Something tangy. Perhaps with a hint of spice. What a drink. Mixed cocktail. Tangy with a hint of spice. The femme fatale. Tangy. Maybe the poison drop. It's got herbal bitter in it. Maybe the drama queen. What do you guys think? Tangy with a hint of spice. And the femme fatale has chili in it. Let's try it. She's a femme fatale. Heyo. Did we get it right? We got a lot of affection out of that one. What is this? It's good. I want to make this at home when Prohibition ends. Hey, we got it. Nailed it. It's good. All right. This venue is nice. Vincent's doing a good thing here, creating a place for us all to drink and mix. Mixed clientele. Most of them aren't awful. What does that mean? Oh, don't take my cynicism too seriously. My opinion of people improves dramatically when I'm no longer sober. No longer so sober. Thanks for the drink. All right. Well, get back over here, lady. Welcome back, Afia. This would be a nice place to find a quiet corner and write in my notebook. Good ambience. Something tangy, perhaps with a hint of spice. Alright, here we go. You were listed as a stagehand on Dalliance. Can I ask you about the accident? I suppose so. I have nothing to hide. Who had access to the prop room? I mean, Reese, obviously, and a few other stagehands. Stavros didn't enter the prop room during the intermission because he was ushered away to have his makeup redone by Lawrence. Although, we found a clue. I did see Stavros at the prop table before the actual show. Interesting. This would be a nice... He potentially killed himself? Is that what we're... Wait a minute. Stavros did not enter the prop room during the intermission as he was ushered away to have his makeup done. Effa did see Stavros at the prop table before the show. He was trying to kill Olivia, maybe? Tell me about Reese. Why? Are you going after them? No, just asking. Should I be? Reese is good at their job and doesn't suffer fools. I like that. Sure, they're not a beam of sunshine, and they don't play the game, but that kind of professionalism and detachment is something that shouldn't be held against them. Reese often had flaming rows with Olivia over her lack of professionalism and general disregard for the work they delivered as a props master. I think Olivia respected Reese. Maybe, but Reese had no time for divas. Nice place to find a quiet. Okay, so what's it like being a stagehand? It's a hard job, physical. That's it? Yes, and I suppose it's great if you love working with props, backstage, paintings and such. Very fulfilling. What's it like being a bartender? I love every minute of it. Well, you make it look easy and fun. Okay. So, have you always lived in Bukovi? Yeah, my parents were immigrants, and I get that question a lot. What do they do? My dad was a stagehand. Tough job, long hours, heavy work, and then something goes wrong. And when something goes wrong, you'd better be able to prove you're not to blame. Stagehands are easy to replace. It wasn't easy for my parents. They took a long time to settle in Bukovi. They couldn't visit the Maverick Opera House often, but when they did manage to sneak me and my mother in... But when Dad managed to sneak me and my mother in, and we could watch together, nothing felt more like home. Yeah, nice. Alright, so we can ask her about one clue tonight. I mean, we'll get more options later. Yeah, let's talk about this. That seems like sound reasoning. Are you playing amateur detective? I'm just curious. I can't blame you for that, but I can blame you for prying into people's private affairs, so don't. Okay, bye. I got some new clues. Check this out. Very good. Considering what we knew from the outset about the weapon must have been planted, that seems to rule out Stavros as a suspect. Seems a bit obvious considering he's the victim. There's nothing obvious about it. No part of a criminal investigation is redundant here. You should always do your due diligence. If he had been at the prop table during the intermission, he could have planted that weapon as easily as anyone else. We have to consider him a suspect. Lucky for us, he was only there before the show. Not lucky for him, though. Yeah. And these two were butting heads. Flaming rows behind the scenes. Where was Lawrence in all this? I wonder. It would have been his responsibility to watch out for this kind of thing. Okay. Ask Lawrence. Should check to see if there's anything new to look up on the stack. Oh, there is. Oh boy, we can find out some background about Lawrence Sullivan and the like. Okay. Lawrence Sullivan, born 1860, is the son of Celine Sullivan and Jensen Sullivan II, and is the current patriarch of the notable Sullivan family. Lawrence Sullivan IV was named in honor of his great-grandfather, Lawrence Sullivan III, known for his bravery during the coup against Emperor Leopold the Bold. With recent changes in the political and economic climate of Sara, the family's influence has diminished significantly, and Sullivans can be found working in finance, the arts, and even commerce. Mr. Sullivan held no interest in pursuing a political career, opting instead to pursue his passion for the performing arts. Thanks to a series of connections within the industry, his first opera made its debut in 1918, titled Crossing. Lawrence took a risk hiring a diverse yet still inexperienced cast. The risk paid off as the play was a major success, kickstarting many notable careers such as those of Olivia Carmine, who played the lead female role. Since then, Lawrence was lauded within the industry for his ability to find and pick the right talent during production. He also boasts he has an excellent working relationship with famous playwright Gail de Winter. In 1928, Mr. Sullivan announced he would retire after his latest and final work, Dalliance, premiering at the Maverick Opera House in Bukovi. Right. Didn't learn anything new there. All right. What do you know about Reese? Reese Kinred, born 1901, is a citizen of Bukovi. They are listed as an employee at the Maverick Opera House, filling the role of propmaster. During their 2 years of employment at the Maverick, they were credited for their role in a variety of plays, though not much else is known about them. The last entry is for the premiere of Dalliance. Okay. So we don't know much about Reese. What about Effia DeVos? Effia DeVos, born 1898, is a citizen of Bukovi who immigrated to Sara at a young age. She is credited working as a stagehand and as an actor. Also an actor, her first credit was in 1918, where she acted in Crossing. Really? Most recently, in 1928, she appeared as a stagehand during the premiere of Dalliance. No further information available. Intriguing. She was in the play 10 years ago. Well then. All right, let's see if we can go draw some new conclusions. Hey, Ginger Ale. Who's a good kitty? So he had his hands on the table and this. So this whole timing thing is kind of weird. Two were butting heads. Nothing new. I thought someone in chat had joined with a screen name Ginger Ale. Took me to Kitty to figure it out. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's a good kitty? Is that better? Who's the best ginger ale? Okie dokie. To a new day. I do that with chat? Do I? Who's a good chatter? Who's a good yohei? Do I? Have I done that? Let's see. Hugo. A tired, annoyed, and visibly frustrated Hugo Mertens enters the speakeasy. He grabs the stool roughly and wrestles it into position. Oh boy. He sighs deeply and A sound that comes not from his throat, but the depths of his soul. His piercing eyes finally meet yours, and you see a desperate plea for help. Still abstinent, detective? After everything I've been through these past few days, absolutely not. Just give me the strongest drink you have on the menu right now. If it kills me outright, at least I won't have to deal with these theater people anymore. Are you sure about that? I am dead serious. I need to erase the memories of working with this dramatic troupe of clowns. Just give me the strongest drink you have on the menu right now. Are you... Right now? You rummage around behind the counter, find the cleanest glass you have, then place it in front of Hugo. A drink? Maybe just one for old time's sake. So his favorite is no longer on there, but I know he likes cold winter. I think he likes cold winter. If I give him a royal flush, he's done. He's out. I won't be able to talk to him at all. See if this goes over. Yeah, that's passable. Takes the edge off, as they say. That didn't do it. But if I give him anything strong, if I give him anything that's 6 or stronger, he just leaves for the day. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. Maybe? Alright, we'll try it. I'll do exactly as he asks and give him the strongest thing we got. When I asked you to make it strong enough to kill me, I was joking. Well, you said... Dude. Ugh. Can't read your mind, asshole. Alright, let's try the... Okay, so we got one night stand as a... So we want to go with 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Okay, so... Could try the dry war. That's passable, he says. Passable? That's not what he wanted. Okay. We find his favorite drink. It makes his mood better. It improves his mood. Okay, so Dry War wasn't it. Evening Prayer wasn't it. Cold Winter wasn't it. Royal Flush, he balked at. So whatever we give him isn't gonna be strong enough then. They say ambush in the guide, but that doesn't seem strong enough. Yeah. All right, we'll try. I mean, it's got coffee. I know he likes coffee. I do know that. Can I order a Coke and cane? Coke and cane. Spicy doubles in. Hello, welcome in. Coke and cane. I'm not from. What would cane be? Like cocaine? Original recipe Coca-Cola with a little extra Coke. Right. Yeah, that's crazy that it might be ambush as his favorite. I don't think I've been served this one before. The quality of ingredients reminds me of simpler times. Thank you. Hey, well that definitely put him in a good mood. Well, that was it. Thanks, Yohei. I really wouldn't have expected. That's the weakest drink we have. It's the weakest thing we got. Give me your strongest drink. No, not that strong. Hugo quickly downs the rest of his drink. He does not savor the taste, nor does he shudder from the sudden hit of alcohol. So how are things going, Hugo? How do you think, bartender? I can't talk about anything with that damn producer Lauren Sullivan without him rambling on and on about his insufferable family and legacy. Props Master Reese barely speaks, and every word they say drips with contempt. Feeling is mutual at this point. And Effia, the stagehand, dances around me with her labyrinthine vocabulary. Labyrinthine means like a maze. She taught me that. Thanks. She shouldn't be so arrogant. I'm speaking my third language after all. Is there a law written somewhere that all amateur writers have to be so full of themselves? Probably scribbled on a notepad, yeah. All the while, Olivia Carmine has still not responded to my summons for a testimony. They say if you look at something long enough, you fall in love with it. I might as well consider proposing to her manager, because that's all I see every time I try to reach that woman. And with that final complaint, the tension finally seems to leave Hugo's body. The alcohol and the act of venting his frustration are having an effect. This has been one hell of a week. Detective, it's only Thursday. Yes, well, it's not been a fair challenge for a single man to take on by himself. I feel like I've been set up to fail. Why am I telling this to you of all people? How about you go back to playing with your liquor bottles while I go back to interviewing these buffoons and solving this case? Sure. With reluctance, Hugo gets up from the stool, slightly swaying as the alcohol hits him. He's not even tipsy! Godspeed, Hugo. Is there anything new to talk to him about, though? It's back to being in a bad mood. What the hell? Get out of here. It was a light drink, you pansy. I mean, good luck with the case. Yeah. Oh boy, it's a full crowd tonight. We got a whole lot of people to talk to. Hey there, hello again. Remember me? We helped the man who was stabbed on stage at the opera. You yelled at me. Of course I remember you. Hard not to. Can't say I blame you for trying to help, even though you were useless. Most of the audience just sat there gawping. I know it was bold of me to act, but I can't help but worry I may have made things worse. You didn't make things better or worse. You didn't really do much of anything. But a wound like that was always going to be fatal, so don't worry about it too much. I see. Poor guy. Did you lose your job because of my stunt? Reese almost smiles. I was fired, of course, but that had nothing to do with you. Sorry to hear that, old fellow. I mean, sorry to hear that, friend. What are you going to do now? I haven't decided yet. My skills are in demand, of course, and my reputation hasn't taken too much of a knock. I'm free to choose my own path now. A look of disbelief flashes across Killian's face. You can't tell whether he's confused or realizing something. Just like that, aren't you nervous about security, money? What about your reputation? It's just a job at the end of the day. I suppose so. I haven't really ever had a job. They are very helpful when you need money to buy food, pay your rent, and buy books. Consider getting one. Or if you don't need to work, maybe get a hobby. Maybe. Yes, maybe I will. Okay. Alright. So we definitely need to keep working on getting this guy, the rep up with him. Ah, finally. I thought I'd sit here and... Okay. Oh, we got a couple of options here. Okay, so Drama Queen gets him just drunk enough. And builds our rep. Alright. So tell me about Dalliance. Dalliance was the culmination of my life's work, my magnum opus. I worked for years selecting scripts, assembling my perfect cast, and securing the funding and support I needed to craft my masterpiece. So now it's over. Will you retire? Bah, of course not. Because of the accident, I did not have a full run, and I'm on sabbatical. I need time to regroup and regain my equilibrium. My creative juices need to percolate once more, preferably in schnapps or absinthe. Announcing anything as final will have the masses rush to the booths to purchase tickets. I was there when Lawrence Sullivan Forth's final work premiered. That's genius. I'm glad you think so. And even better, when I eventually announce my comeback, the effect doubles. After all these years, he's back. I simply must see it. Don't get me wrong, Dalliance isn't like any other play I've produced in the past. It is a celebration of what led me here in the first place. Elaborate. Well, gladly. My first ever credited production in the world of opera was known as Crossing. You know all about it, of course. Absolutely. When planning Dalliance, it was imperative to me that I reassemble as much of the original cast of Crossing as possible. As such, I went out of my way to recruit both Olivia Carmine and Stravos Stone, who played the leads of Crossing at each time. I was also lucky to pick up Effia DeVos again, an integral part of the team. Effia? Oh yes. Does that surprise you? She does look quite young for her age, doesn't she? My plan came together quite wonderfully. The beginning and the end. Alpha and Omega. Oh, well, I suppose it was a wonderful plan until the tragedy struck Stavros. Let's see. Boop. What was working with Olivia and Stavros like? If I could be frank with you, my friend, very much like trying to mix oil with water. I'm a veteran in this wonderful industry. I've seen my fair share of clashing egos and divas storming off in a huff. These experiences pale in comparison to what was going on between Stavros and Olivia. They managed to keep things somewhat civil, in my presence at least. It was always very tense, though. If Effia is to be believed, however, she heard both leads in a shouting match, spouting colorful profanity at each other not too long ago. Don't look into this too much, my dear friend. It is all quite common in the industry. I'd be more unnerved if there wasn't any backstage drama. Okay, so he brought it up. So, backstage fight. What about these two butting heads? Yeah, wait. I was supposed to ask about these two butting heads. What do you know about this? The situation with Kenrid? Yes, it's all quite unfortunate, isn't it? What is going on with them exactly? Occam's razor, my good bartender. The simplest conclusion is always the right one. Always? I thought Occam's razor is the simplest conclusion is often the right one. Not always. I don't think that's quite... Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gabe. It was not easy for me to let them go. I really did lose sleep over it, but I am willing to make sacrifices, such as the responsibility of a producer. So you fired Reese? Must you use such crude terminology? Did I shoot someone from a cannon? Did I fire a bullet into someone's heart? No, it was a simple matter. The constant arguments between Reese and Olivia about professionalism forced my hand, I'm afraid. Dalliance relied on a core troupe of 4 creative geniuses. Reese was not part of that group, and to ensure Olivia's collaboration in the future, I could not risk anyone dispelling our magical creative chemistry. Not even Reese, an otherwise skilled prop manager. They were informed that once Dalliance completed its run, they would be released from their contract. I could not in good conscience give them a positive reference, but I wouldn't blacklist them either. A very difficult decision, but not an unusual one for a producer to make. Part of my job is to protect the talent. The labor is a big part of the show, but the talent is of the highest import. The Gecko and the game are syncing up. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Hey, 1 hour warning. We're giving away Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition, Baldur's Gate 1, in 1 hour at 8 p.m. Central. I'll be drawing a name. If you'd like to put your name in for the raffle, you can do so with channel points. You can purchase a raffle ticket. 10 per person. Let's see. Okay, so we got another clue. Exit stage left. Heavens to Murgletree. Exit stage left. Okay. What does he know about his hands being on the table? The nom de plume. Actually, let's talk about this. You are asking me the identity of Gale de Winter? Lawrence isn't even trying to hide his smugness. He absolutely delights in knowing more than he is saying. Ah, very well. You've been a most gracious host, enough to be given the trust from the patriarch of the Sullivan family, I would say. Hey! Lawrence looks around to check nobody's eavesdropping. He carefully leans in closer, and whispers. Would you believe me if I said that Effia DeVos, who appeared to be an unassuming stagehand at the Maverick during the performance of Dalliance, is none other than Gale de Winter? I'm shocked. Her? The writer? What? Really? After she performed... After she performed in Crossing, she abandoned her acting career to pursue her writing. And good for her. It suits her much better. Oh boy. She must have been guided by the light of the goddess herself, because she has talent as a writer she never possessed as an actor. Providence guided her onto this new path to success. It took a few pen names before she finally found one that stuck. You know the old Bukovi saying, sometimes you change so much that your old name doesn't fit you anymore. In the end, Gale de Winter was the name that fit her best. And Gale de Winter has become the writer of my dreams on Dalliance. What wondrous ideas she has come up with, putting the actors through so much drama and peril. She really put them through the ringer. But hush hush, my friend. You're in the know now, and let me be clear that if this information comes out, I'll know it was you who leaked it. My lips are sealed. No, they're not. Because I have to ask people about this shit. Alright. We have time to ask him about another clue. Yeah, tell me about this. Their relationship previously. Oh, yes, I remember very well. It was quite fortuitous for Crossing indeed. The onstage chemistry was simply explosive, and the press was suddenly very interested in the show. Do you know why they broke up? Olivia never did tell me, but I imagine the novelty just wore off, which is par for the course, really. As common as relationships are in the industry, they usually don't have a long shelf life. Where did the time go? I must be off. Good night, bartender. Okay, bye. Oh boy, we got some juicy tidbits there. Check this out, lady. That's certainly something. There's certainly something to be said for coming full circle in one's career. I'll admit I'm rather surprised to see Effie DeVos on this list, though. Why would a mere stagehand have been of such crucial importance, and why are they calling her an integral part of the team? I wonder if there's more to it. Well, as it happens, there is more to it. She's the writer, Gale de Winter. Effie DeVos is the real Gale de Winter. My, she's so much younger than I would have expected. Great work, bartender. So, the writer of Dalliance is one of our suspects. Her role as the architect behind this place certainly would have given her a greater level of control over the proceedings than we originally thought. Would she have made use of it? Maybe. These two have been fighting. A serious fight? That Could be very damning indeed. You'd better get to the bottom of this. We need to find out what it was about. Did you know? Okay. Yep. And then exit. Stage left. Here's why she was fired. Of course, leave it to a man like Lawrence to throw the baby out with the bathwater. A baby that's responsible for the weapon safety on his set, no less. That can't have gone down well with Reese. They didn't have a grudge against Olivia already. They certainly do now. If she had been our victim, this would certainly have pointed to Reese being appropriate, but I don't see what it has to do with Stavros. Yeah, I'm starting to think something went down between Effia and Stavros in that first play. 10 years later, she got her revenge. Current guess. Okay. Let's get through these folks. Set the case aside and see what's going on with our friends from before. Hello again. Hey there, Lucas. These are my old favorites no longer on the menu. Oh well, I'll trust something else. It seems to be going well. Good to see you. The bank is dreadfully dull. Interesting. Oh, did we already see him earlier? Oh, we might have. Oh, that's right. They had like a little fight when they went to meet one of his friends. I remember now. All right. Alright, did you hear about the embargo on Yanin coffee? Hear about it? I am living it. Since trying those beans, no other coffee will do. So without them, I am positively deprived. I've had a caffeine headache for a week. You've not been drinking any. Exactly. When you stop taking caffeine, and you're accustomed to drinking a lot of coffee, you get a withdrawal effect. Headaches, lethargy, and malaise. How many coffees do you drink? In a week? Perhaps 56? Whoa! 8 coffees a day? 8 cups of coffee a day? Good lord. Woofda. That's a lot of coffee. I can quit whenever I want. I swear, I'm not addicted. You have any coffee? Coffee! That's 8 coffees a day. Why is there a different option there? Very good. Do you want to work with me at the bank? My manager would need an adding machine to calculate that. Not the sharpest anymore. It's a lot of coffee, though. It is indeed. And without it, I am finding my focus, my energy, my ability to survive the day is much reduced. Moderation is key. Cutting down will be good for you. Oh. Well, I can't have that. Can't lose rep with him. Wouldn't want to be labeled as a killjoy. If you replace your morning coffee with green tea, you can lose up to 87% of what little joy you have left in your life. I don't drink that much coffee. This guy does. It's just still... yeah. Well, if something is worth doing, it is worth overdoing. I applaud the spirit of the sentiment, and for anything other than coffee, I would advise moderation. But my heart drips black and beats slower without my beloved beverage. My word, I sounded just like Reese there. Are you two friends? We met in the Gothic section of Libraria. Color me surprised. You found Reese in a Gothic section? Huh. I'm friends with anyone who shares coffee and conversation, especially if they also loan me the very best, most chilling, macabre horror novels. Okay, well, we learned something there. So you're friends with Reese? Really? I have a few questions for you about Reese. Did you hear about Reese having an argument with Olivia over professionalism? That certainly tracks with what Reese has told me. Can you blame them? I know the performing arts are about spontaneity, but Reese values a structured, well-organized workspace, as do I. Miss Carmine is a radiant, charming woman that I am always happy to chat with, but I'm not sure I'd be so happy to work with her. And then did you hear about them being fired over this? Oh, how shameful of him. Shouldn't it be a director's job to ensure things run smoothly? He should have mediated or something, rather than taking the easy way out and sacking poor Reese. Yeah, I agree. Could we potentially ask him about, I don't know if, oh, does he know anything about the closed door situation? Yeah, that could be helpful. Oh, he doesn't know anything about that. All right. Okay, bye. Hey, Bjorn. He likes the evening prayer. Sorry, bud. I think I'd rather talk about something else until I've had a few drinks. Oh. Oh, I gotta get him. Alright. Well, next time. We'll get him more drunk. Wait, can I go further back? Can I go further back than my quick save? Hey, Quack. Make sure he gets liver failure. Nah. One drink? So we need to be 6 or higher. Well, we know he likes the one night stand, and that does have 6. So let's go with that. Alright, so did you know Stavros? I knew him. Don't know anything about what happened on stage. What's he like? Nice enough. Kept himself to himself. His intricate work on those little metal latches he made in the workshop was very fiddly. Not like me with my mallet banging sheet metal. Wait, he worked with you? Aye, he worked same place as me. Different departments though. Different type of metal work. Though it was always clear we came from different worlds too. What do you mean? We found a clue. He was working class. Put it this way. I once told him I grew up in a basement and often went hungry. He didn't say anything, just stared at me. Fair to say, I don't think he ever lived that way. Another one. Find out more, huh? I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Kitchen sink was gurgling as if the plumbing was backing up. It's happened a few times over the years that I've lived here. Usually it relates to something that it's usually something that who's ever living above me has done. It's causing it to come back up into my kitchen sink. I ran some hot water for a little while and it seems to be draining perfectly fine now. So I don't know what they put down their sink, but probably was something that should be going down the kitchen sink. Right. So did you talk often? Sure, we would talk between shifts. I wasn't close with him, and he was quiet, but I like to help out folk like him. Folk like him? You know, people who have fallen into this way of life. We're not all born to be grafters. Some of us have to learn the craft. He was an outsider, but there's a lot of outsiders in the plant. Anything else? He wasn't well liked, and even I didn't warm up to him. Not at first. But I don't want to speak ill of the dead. No one deserves that fate. Killed on stage like that. Still, I can't shake the feeling he wasn't always honest with me. He held grudges, and he would talk about the people who screwed him over, but always in these vague terms. He held a lot of anger in his heart. I'm not sure I want to talk about this much more, you know? Lucas has been going on about it all night. I know he can just talk about anything, but for me, some subjects just make me too gloomy. All right. All right, well, there's some backstory there. But maybe we can find out something about, let's see, closed door thing. Speaking the ill is dead is bad form. Spreading gossip about them. I won't be partaking in that. Okay. Out of the way. What about this? Okay. Finally, what do you know about this backstage fight? What I've seen of, or I'm not surprised the two would clash. She doesn't leave much oxygen for other people, does she? Stavros was a quiet sort, but I could tell he thought very highly of himself. He must have resented that. And he's out. Okay. Well, we kind of got some information out of him. Got one clue, at least. That's good. All right. Dr. Reese. Here I am again. Indeed, evening Reese. Never sure what kind of topics to discuss. People are also different. Wait, did I not talk about any of these things with them? Did I completely... Oh no, they showed up and then took off. That's right. Ah, that's right. We'll continue to build the rep with their favorite drink. Okay. How is job hunting going? It is going, and it is not really any of your business. Remains reserved. A bit of alcohol might loosen their tongue, but you should probably be careful not to overdo it. Ah. So we need to Get them tipsy. Get Reese tipsy. Okay. What went wrong with the dagger at the premiere? The dagger did what it was supposed to do. Kill. Look, I already left my statements with the police. I prefer not to leave them with the bartender I barely know. Okay. So we need affection 1. Almost there. See, have you always loved the opera? Goddess, no. Well, you work in the theater? Yes, work. So it's not your passion. Hardly. It was my job, and I will find another theater job, and I will feel about it the same way. Ambivalent? Satisfied. Content that I am good at something. I do it to make money. Then I go home and get on with my life. Do you have any friends in the theater? No. Some of them are fine people, some are not. Props serve a purpose. They are essential to a show. You need them. But when the audience flood out of the auditorium, no one talks about the props, or if they do, the show itself has some serious problems. The props do their job, and when they do it well, no one notices them. Like you? Precisely. The only difference is, after the show, the props just stick around. Meanwhile, I see friends read, dream dark dreams, and enjoy a drink and a speaking. Maybe if I'm lucky, I have sparkling conversations about subjects more interesting than my work at the theater. What are your hobbies? Vampires. Yeah, that tracks. What? Vampires. What are vampires? I'm a member of a club that discusses and investigates such fascinating and macabre phenomena. Doing so is my hobby, and my current fascination is blood-sucking fiends. Why vampires? Why not? What could be more fascinating than pale creatures of the night skulking around after midnight, stalking helpless, waifish maidens and feckless young men who cannot fathom the depths of a deathless creature's remorseful but passionate despair? Fucking hell, theater kids. Huh? Who could pretend indifference to the concept of a fallen, eternal monster, a beast consumed by its lustful desire to prey on the innocent and the pure? It is fascinating. I'm glad you agree. Not everyone in Bukovi shares our fascination with tales and stories, true or otherwise, macabre beasts and dark deeds by moonlight. So vampires are real? Who am I to say? There are certainly enough stories, rumors, and whispers mixed with superstition to create an uncertain but delicious cocktail. Right. Do not give me that look. I am accustomed to it. Sorry. Don't take me for a fool. I know fantasy from reality, and I know which I find more enticing. Nosferatu are simply my creatures of interest at the moment. Are they real or interesting stories? Is there some element of truth in mythology? In all our tales of macabre horror, is there not an element of universal primal fear and therefore authenticity at the root? I think so. When we read stories, especially tales of horror, we create new memories. But memories are of things which did not happen. How dull would our lives be if the only memories we had were of things we had seen, people we had met, and places we had been? Stories let us go beyond ourselves, to remember the lives of others real and unimagined, and to bask in their experiences. And right now, the experiences I want to read are about vampires. I hope I have made some kind of sense to you. Yeah, I understand. Yes, I think you do. I love a good midnight stroll, and the night is calling for me. Farewell. See you later, Reese. Whew. So when did you become a fan of My Chemical Romance? How did you know I was a fan? Lucky guess. What was the name of that band? Him. H-I-M. That might be too deep of a cut. Isn't that stands for His Infernal Majesty, right? I'm gonna ask him about this now. And maybe we ask him about him now. How's the job hunting going? Dreadful, but thanks for asking, I guess. That bad, huh? I've been browsing employment opportunities for months and I can barely get a single interview. Did you send many applications? You've no idea how hard it is to find job openings that sounds interesting, that my parents wouldn't throw a fit over, and that I feel I'd be any good at. In fact, I haven't really found any. Son of a bitch, it did? I always wondered if that was one of those tall tales about music. Oh. I mean, that's what I heard, but I don't remember if I ever really looked it up or not. I might have at some point. Perhaps it's time to settle for 2 out of 3. It's legit. Well, there you go. Maybe I should ask Reese for advice. They're also looking. With greater success than I, it seems. I do envy them, you know. Not getting involved in a murder investigation and getting sacked and all that. But having found their thing and their way in life, knowing what they're good at and what they're worth. All I know is that I'm not good at anything. Yeah, what is something you're passionate about? Well, I guess it don't have to be. You don't necessarily have to be passionate about it. He just wants to know what he's good at. Isn't there something you're passionate about? Oh, I don't know. The only thing I have is an eye for pretty things, but I don't have the makings of a painter or a seamster or a sculptor. I'm too impatient, too easily distracted. Don't like getting my hands dirty either. Suppose I have enjoyed a bit of photography. I bought myself a Canon Insta last year. Spent a rather enjoyable summer with it too, snapping pictures of pretty girls and sunsets and street corners. And pretty girls on street corners. Heyo. It was probably rubbish though. I don't know. I felt too embarrassed to actually show anyone. I just did it because it was fun. How much to go on is it? If you enjoy it, it's worth pursuing. Well, here. Have a mint punch. All right, how many points do I have? Three actions with him. All right, what can you tell me? About these two butting heads. That's hardly surprising. They're both strong-willed, outspoken people, aren't they? That doesn't mean they still can't respect each other. The first time I ever met Reese, they called me an idiot and gave me an earful, and now we're friends. At least I think we are. Yeah. Absolute scoundrel, tossing Reese out on the street like that. Does he have any idea how hard it is for a young person to find gainful employment these days? Suppose the two of us are in the same boat, then perhaps we can go it together. Lucky for Reese, I have a lot of experience with unemployment. I can offer up my wisdom. Good luck. Good luck. Anything about? Yeah, maybe you know something about these closed doors thing. I'm a bit slow on the uptake, but I don't have any experience. Okay. All right, he's got to get home. Okay, bye. Hawaiian Punch commercial vibes are strong. And a Star Fox? Impressive, sir. Thanks. I try. Try to keep you fine folks entertained. Nice and cozy in here tonight. Good to see you. Welcome back, Effia. All right. So, we know that her favorite drink is the Femme Fatale. We do need to build the rep, as the kids say. That gets her tipsy, boosts our affection. So tell me about you being Gale de Winter. You're Gale de Winter, aren't you? Told you that. I did some research. Good for you, little mole, digging up the truth. Though it's a secret, there are plenty of those in Book B. I've written under numerous pseudonyms over the years: Stark Poiser, Ben Greebles, Thomas Box, but none of my forays across genre have been as successful as playwright Gale de Winter. I keep it a secret. Why do you think? There are at least 10 obvious reasons. Do you enjoy it? Writing plays? Yes, and I'm good at it. To see my new play Dalliance performed at the Maverick Opera House is a dream come true for me. I grew up in that place. My father worked there his whole life to make my parents proud and to show all those people who tried to make me feel invisible. That is a vindication for me, a victory lap at the end of an already successful career. So yes, I'm Effia, failed actress, but I'm also Gale de Winter, successful playwright, and I'm damn proud to be both. Good. This would be nice. Okay. So I notice you carry a notebook around. Just some story ideas. It's a nice little hobby and helps distract me from all the bad news recently. I enjoy it, but I'm still deciding what kind of writer I want. What kinds are there? I tried writing novels, news articles, and even scripts for those new radio shows, and, well, I write a bit of everything. But even across the different mediums, I still found there were 2 styles of writing and 2 kinds of writer, no more. Oh, what are they? Teased you enough, have I? Well, that's part of being a storyteller too. You have to build a drama, suspense, draw your reader into your world. And, all right, here it is. 2 types of writers skiers and climbers. Skiers and climbers. Skiers and climbers. I'll tell you a story about each, and then maybe you can guess which kind of writer I am. Or you are, if you're a storyteller too. And I'm going to let you in on a secret. we're all storytellers. But that's a subject for another discussion. So let's talk about skiers and climbers. So imagine you're skiing downhill really fast. You can't stop, and you can't see too far ahead. But you can make turns, avoid obstacles. You can react. You're in control of where you go, but you don't control the mountain. That's one style of riding. You don't plan where you're going to end up, and you don't even know what's over the next crest. You just know the direction you're headed, and you make choices as you go that help you get you to the base camp. Okay, climbers. Climbers are always looking up at the summit. They plan their routes, and step by step, they work their way towards it. Sure, sometimes they have to glance down at their feet to get through a tricky bit. In fact, looking down instead of up can make the journey seem less arduous. Still, climbers keep their eye on the route ahead, plan the steps along the way, and finish exactly where they plan to finish. No surprises, or not many, just a plan and a lot of hard work. I think I get it. When you're writing, you're either winging it or planning ahead. You figure out the whole story in advance, or you let the story find itself. I agree. You do. Most people push back on that. I mean, there are shades of gray in there, but still, I've never met a writer who wasn't either a skier or a climber. 15-minute warning. Hey, thank you, Michaela. Giving away Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition in 15 minutes. We'll be drawing a name. You can buy a raffle ticket, should you choose to. And each time you buy a raffle ticket, it's another name entered into the drawing. Everyone can buy up to 10 raffle tickets. Super useful, Michaela. So which am I? What do you think? Take your time. I think you know the answer already. Well, here's the thing. If she's the culprit, if she's the one who murdered Stavros, then she's a climber. She meticulously planned this all out. But I'm thinking she's a skier. She's just winging it. That's why she's writing in all these different things. How'd you come to that answer? This whole time, it felt like your speech was ad-libbed. It did. And did you like that about my speech? It felt natural and it flowed. I agree. And thank you. So you were right. I'm a skier through and through. I love to see where the story takes me. That's how I write, and that's how I like my life to be. I mean, my career, my life has been all about twists and turns. Nothing ever went quite to plan, but as long as I keep making choices, choosing a path, I'll get to where I need to be, and not knowing where I'll end up. Well, I think that's the most exciting kind of story. I hope your story has just as many twists and turns. In fact, I'm sure it will. Okay. Right, nice. So now we can ask her about some clues. Well, we already asked her about this, so I don't know if I need to ask her about the clue. I don't know if that would... Well, here, let's find out. Who told you that? Vincent Richards. Oh, it's the same thing as confronting her. Okay, cool. What else could we ask her? Ask her about, yeah, tell me about this. What happened on that play? The man's body is barely cold, bartender. I'm not going to gossip with you about his reputation. His reputation, huh? So tell me about this backstage fight that you heard about. Yes, that's what I said. Tensions were high between them the entire production, though. Did Stavros and Olivia fight? Yes. And he told her she was going to get what she deserved. That sounds bad for him. That is bad for him. You should look into that. I can't... Okay. Safe trip. Oh, we got another clue out of it, at least. Got a couple clues to talk to you about. So he's a working class guy. Now there's a surprise. One wonders why a rising star would opt for such a drastic career change. I rather doubt he believed in the inherent virtue of hard work. I'm not sure this means anything, but good work uncovering it nonetheless. Information like this is exactly why we interrogate civilians. Sometimes they surprise you. Failed threats. He threatened her, even if it was nothing but hollow words. His final fate could suggest Olivia took him very seriously indeed. She may have wanted to defend herself, or worse, to act preemptively. But how would she have done so? Could she have been the one to tamper with the dagger? As you know, I think... So yeah, I'm wondering... There's also the path where Stavros was going to try to get her to kill herself on stage because he was seen messing with the prop table before her act, but maybe she caught wind of that and did a reverse Uno on him. Or the poison drink from Princess Bride. Switch things up. I don't know. We need more information. Okay. Let's head back. Hello. Or sorry. Who's a good kitty, ginger ale? Okay. These two were butting heads. And that's why she was fired. Oh, no. It's not related? Interesting. Scripted demise. There we go. So that's how she got rid of. So we got one potential. What do they call that? Means? Murder weapon? The means? So that was how she might have got it done. Got fired. meant for fighting. I don't know that any of these are actually connected. Those two are not related. These two? Really? Okay. Number 5. Ooh, somebody new. A prim-looking woman takes a seat. She looks around the bar with keen interest, taking in every detail. I'll wait until she's done. After a few more seconds, her eyes go over all the neatly stacked bottles behind you before finally her gaze meets yours. The inquisitive look changes to a polite, slightly embarrassed smile. Sorry, I've never been to an illegal bar before. Wow, everything looks so different from what I expected. Just out of curiosity. Let's see if the other response can I get you. As you address her, she jolts slightly. It seems that while observing everything, she forgot you were there. Well then. Huh. Okay. Well, what exactly were you expecting? The articles I've read on alcohol consumption in Bukovi mostly mention seaside pubs filled with salty sailors drinking foaming ale, and fancy hotel bars serving cocktails to aristocrats. We're aiming for something more refined. I can definitely tell the decor, ambience, and style all seem carefully selected to ensure a feeling of class while remaining subtle enough to make everyone feel welcome. We do both here, goddess damn it. That's right. A bit formal there, but that sounds good. Thank you. I've always found it hard to sound natural when I speak. Lots of facts and too much information. That's why my job is kind of perfect for me, though. It's all information all the time. Polite smile remains, but the girl's eyes twinkle mischievously as she waits for realization to dawn on you. Is it? What's her butt? The gal behind the stack? Is she the one doing the research for us? Is it? What was her name? It started with an I think. Ilya? Ha! I told you I would come visit. I was curious and wanted to see who had been using the stack at this place. And of course, I never had a proper cocktail before, so I'm quite excited to try one. So what would you like to try? Gosh, I'm not quite sure what to order. What sort of flavors do you usually enjoy? I find sweet things very comforting. I'm not sure yet how well I can tolerate alcohol, though. Is that helpful? Hey, she's got a low tolerance. Looks like it's time for an ambush. She looks like the woman Velma would grow up into. Yeah. Jinkies. Ready for your first drink? Go easy on me, as they say. That I can do. This is the easiest option I got. So let's try an ambush. See what she thinks. Oh, this is wonderful. I can't believe I used to be a non-drinker right up until this moment. Was that it? Did we figure it out? Ambush is one of her favorites. Look at that. Awesome. Let's see. It's not often I have the opportunity to explore places like this in the evening. I could get used to this. Who is currently operating the stack now? I encourage you to find that out. First-hand resources and personal experience are so much less subjective than discussions over alcohol. This is all very nice. I look forward to future conversations, either on the stack or in person. I don't get out much, obviously, but I'm going to come back eventually. All right. See you, Ilya. Cool. How lovely. All right, folks. Guess what time it is? It's time for the giveaway. Last call for raffle tickets. Boo time. That's fair. All right. Last call. If you want to purchase any more raffle tickets, now is your chance. Thanks, Blackbird. See what our final list is. Finalized list, I should say. Shuffle. All right, here we go. This week's winner of Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition it's Ada. Congrats, Ada. You glad Brian wasn't here for that? Oh. Ada, I'm sending this over to you on Discord. Go. Congrats to Ada. And thank you all for participating. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying these. We'll be doing another giveaway next week. Be sure to tune in next week to find out what that will be. It is now time to take our midstream break. You're welcome, Ada. Done. What would you guys like to do over break? Listen to music? Play Gartic or Words on Stream? Thank you for unpinning that. Appreciate that. Shame iSketch ain't an option. Yeah. Words on Stream. All right. Let's do it. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, Michaela. I saw... It's funny. I saw Cog was using that fishing game. That's on-stream fishing game. And I've seen it in a couple other places. How is that? Is that enjoyable? It's fun. I was thinking about getting it also. Is that something you guys would like? This little little fishing game you can do while stream is going. Diego, pause. You just said on-stream fishing game to this chat. All right. You can set the timer yourself. Cock has it set to 90 seconds. Okay. You can also add your own fish. I did see that. I did notice that. We'll have to, maybe we'll have to have you guys come up with some ideas for things to catch in addition to the out-of-box ones. Cog has ban as an epic fish. If you catch it, you get a timeout. The elusive sub to Gecko fish. Oh, there you go. Interesting. Forever long, I feel like usually 69 seconds. You choose the duration. I see. Oh gosh. The won't be in Rush Hour 3 fish. Oh, there you go. Yeah, put those ideas in Discord so I don't lose track of them. Michaela's bonk hammer. Nice. He also has a legendary fish that lets someone add a free game to a sub. Oh, there you go. That's a neat idea. Perfect for him. All right, folks, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Enjoy some words on stream until then. Probably a legitimate word that would be in there. In the game. J is fake.
It's really
Very nice. Moving on to the next level. Oh boy, we have hidden letters now. L is fake. Hey, nice. Your brain just folded in on itself? Oh no. Oh no. Ah. Very, very well played, everyone. back to the game. Oh, boopfish. There you go. Mr. Flore, good evening to you. Yes, indeed, good evening to you, Mr. Johansson. I trust you're enjoying the nightcap. Aye, it's grand. You can't beat a place where you can get a good bevy, especially if it didn't cost you a small fortune. Very Scottish. Gotcha. I wonder if Bjorn is good with the lecky. I'm terribly sorry. I must confess, I struggle with the dialect at times. I'm not sure I understood much of what you said. Oh, aye, sorry about that. After a few drinks, the accent gets stronger. I'm used to talking slow and clear for people in Sara, but I forget myself after a few. I'll mind myself from now on. Oh, don't worry at all. Some colloquial flavor adds to the multicultural influence. Aye, right. You know, the influx of foreigners has made many of my contemporaries nervous. They worry that having so many new people in the city will dilute our culture. But I think skilled workers are essential. You work in the smelter, correct? Not in the smelter, Mr. Flore. That would be a wee bit too hot. But I work with sheet metal, aye. An essential job for Saran infrastructure and logistics, I assume. Your friend Lucas has a vital job at the bank. Finance is also essential to the future success and prosperity of Sara. Aye. So you're both contributing to the future of the country. To different degrees, obviously. Tell me, what is your family like back in Scotia? Are your mother and father still alive and together? My dad's dead, I mean. My mother is away with the fairies. She's not quite right in the head. She has some trouble with thinking clearly, but she's still my mother, you know? Look, Mr. Flore, I can see you are wary of me. You're worried I might cause bother in your lovely bar. You're keeping an eye on Lucas, making sure he's not falling in with a bad crowd, but I keep my nose clean. Lucas deserves more than just someone who keeps their nose clean, Mr. Johansson. He deserves the very best company. Well, he's not getting the best, Mr. Flore. Not the most refined, the most charismatic, literate, smartest, and certainly not the richest. But with me, he has the most loyal, honest, gentle, and I don't know what else to say. No need to say anything more, Mr. Johansson. I will take you at your word and keep my eye on you to make sure you live up to it. Fair enough. All right. A Blues Clues fish? There you go. What about a minion fish where Gego has to turn on the voice modulator thingy for 2 minutes? Oh, God. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hope somebody's writing these down and putting them in Discord. All right. Well, let's talk with Bjorn. Evening, Bjorn. I don't think I currently have anything I need to discuss with Bjorn, so we'll just continue to build our rep with him. Evening prayer. What's writing? One of those things that your generation knows nothing about. Shots fired. Tastes like the angels share. All right. So he told us about this, that he's working class. Do you know anything about this? It's veiled threats. Guy saying something like that doesn't always mean he intends to follow through, not to minimize it or nothing. Threatening a woman like that, it's just not right. But I've seen enough lads posturing just to bolster a bruised ego. It's a whole lot of bark and no bite. Did you say he held a lot of anger in his heart? Didn't you? Sorry. I did. You think he was actually planning to hurt her? It's possible. Okay. You know anything about him? Nope. Okay. Do you know anything about this firing? That's typical. Guys like us, or folks rather, are always the expendable ones. I'm sure they're better off taking their talents somewhere they'll be properly respected. You got a post you can edit. Perfect. Thank you. Do you know anything about these two butting heads? Nope. Okay. You told me about this. Did you mention anything about this back in the day? All right. And he's out. All right. Let's do the for reference, the hammer in Cog's game is a double exclamation rarity, and the free Subway game is triple rarity. Personally have made 1,833 casts and have gotten one free game and have bonked myself 10 times. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. You've done a lot of fishing. The biggest fish game user over there. Okay. Well, I hope other people enjoy it. Let's see. What could we potentially ask him about? Think about this. Interesting. A thespian and a metal worker. Now, there is two worlds that don't often collide, I imagine. Who would have thought that workplace hazards at the theater would turn out to be far greater than in metalworking? Certainly not me. Me neither. of people use it? Oh, good. You are ranked number 1 out of 140 people with 93,472 gold from 1,833 total casts. 104 people have fished at least once. Sure. Do you get those stats while you're like? Can you pull up those stats while the stream is going? Is that where you get that, or is there a like a overlay? No, that's not overlay. Like an integration. Oh, it is a separate command. Okay. Excuse me. What else could we talk to him about? That swine, that hoodlum, how dare he? I'm glad he met his end before he had a chance to act on such a vile threat. Very lucky for her. I see where you're going with this. Leave Miss Carmine alone. Hasn't she gone through enough? Or did the right thing when he showed loyalty to the talent that made his career. Kenred's failure to safeguard their props just caused a man's death. Lawrence made the right call. Hell, he should have given them the boot a long time ago. Hey. Certainly a poetic thing, returning to one's roots as it were. At his age, it's only normal for a man to stop looking forward to the beginning, reflecting on the past instead. I do question the wisdom of hinging the swan song of his career on an actor like Stavros Stone. I question the importance of bringing back a random stagehand as well, but Lawrence has always been an unusual man. Alright. He is curious about the stagehand thing. I guess I could ask him about the Gale de Winter knowledge. New to look up there. Okay. Well, we got a lot of things to chat with them about. So we need to get them kind of drunk. What level of drunk do we need to get? A 3 or 4. Okay. So the femme fatale potentially. Poison drop. The dry war. I'm thinking trying out the femme fatale just because it gives us three more actions and gets them tipsy enough. So we might not be building rep with this choice, but we'll definitely we got a lot of questions to ask them, so I think this could be worth it. Hopefully they don't just dislike it outright. It's like liquid melancholy, ennui in a glass. Not bad. Wait, did she like really like it? Sorry, did they really like it? Huh? It's just a positive. Okay. Well, that's something. Okay. So, how is job hunting going? So we can get this out of the way. I have a few offers already. I know my worth. And so does any producer with some sense. Or, well, I had offers. I'm not sure how many of those still stand after all this drama. Thankfully, I had already been considering a change. I interviewed for a position outside of the theater world 3 days before the premiere. Let's hope they don't read the papers. Wait, you already have an interview before the premiere? Yes. Let's see. What went wrong with the dagger at the premiere? I suppose there's no harm in telling you what I told the police. Who knows, perhaps you won't be obsessed with how the dagger killed Stavros. The real question is, how was the dagger modified? I recognized my own handiwork immediately. The dagger was a prop that I personally fashioned, with retractable mechanisms and all. Both the weight and appearance have been carefully taken into account so the actor can perform the most convincing delivery during the scene. It has to feel real so the performance feels real as well. Any amateur could have sharpened it like some common kitchen knife, but I'd have noticed that right away. No, their adjustments were more precise than that. Even a blunt knife can do a surprising amount of damage when thrust with enough force. Ordinarily, the blade of this dagger retracts fully into the hilt, but if that mechanism fails, well, I'm sure you can imagine the outcome. I built the dagger with a safety to prevent jamming, which I oil and test daily. Someone managed to sabotage it in such a way that the blade only locks in place with great force when great force is applied, which sadly I don't typically do. So whoever did it knew what they were doing? Yes, metalworking experience would be essential to tamper with the dagger in this way. Fascinating. Wait, what happens if I do this? It's not unlike yours. Yes, well, I'm sure you can understand my hesitation in telling you this. Yeah. Alright. Which new position did you interview for? Just something in film. The local scene is small, but supposedly quite promising. In truth, though, I have been thinking of moving away from the performing arts entirely. What would you like to do? Something in advertising, perhaps? Model makers are surprisingly in demand in Lukaby. It'd be a lot less cleaning up after entitled divas and a lot more doing my job. Fortunately, most model makers come with photography skills, or a photography partner at least. Wait! We could get her paired up with Killian, who likes photography. Unfortunately, I currently possess neither. If I ever do meet a talented photographer, or one with the potential to become one, I may yet consider it, for the sake of my own sanity. I think Killian has a bit of photography experience. Does he now? Interesting. I may have to speak to him about that. Not that my hopes are particularly high. Good luck. Good luck. You mentioned a society that you're a member of. A secret society, so why would I say more? You brought it up. Well, I suppose I can say a little more. Please. The Ravenborn Society is comprised of me, Reese Kenrid, my cousin Louis or Luis, and my childhood friend Sebastian Obsidian Noir. Well, you gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way that's their real name. That was not his birth name. Okay. Wow. It's too well crafted. Goodness sakes. So it's just you and two friends? Sounds very interesting. I thank you for the compliments. We are a peculiar bunch, but I would not have it any other way. Together we celebrate the macabre, the sinister, the eldritch, and the supernatural. We are enthusiasts, but also investigators. The Ravenborn Society is just as interested in reality as fiction. If a tale is terrifying, mysterious, spine-chilling, or challenges our view of mundane reality, we embrace it. And whether that story is from the creative minds of a novelist or a poet, or ripped from the headlines of a newspaper, we revel in it. So you're more than a book club. We are explorers of the imagination, investigators of the supernatural, and trailblazers of the outer reaches of reality where magic and sciences intersect. We meet Tuesdays and Fridays, and there's always fruitcake and tea. That's fantastic. I know a lot of people don't enjoy fruitcake. I don't know that I've actually had a bad fruitcake. I kind of like it. Maybe one day I can join you. The waiting list for entry to the society is long, but I will add your name to the end. Fabulous. We plan to one day have a radio show where we discuss horrific novels, poems, and shows. Like a podcast? Oh my god. I'll keep you appraised of our progress on that front. Alright. This person, I tell you what. Okay. So she told us about the sabotage, or sorry, they told us about the sabotage, they told us about the new prospects. Ooh, so we haven't asked them about any of these things. Well, let's start with this one. Effie was right. I didn't see Stavros at the pop table either during the performance, although I'll admit I was not as vigilant as I perhaps could have been. Say what you want about Stavros, but he was always very responsible with his props. I didn't have to watch him like a hawk. I may or may not have added Bingus to the fish list. Oh no. Alright. Sorry, I'm contemplating how to get a good picture of Bingus. I'm never sure what kind of topics to discuss. Oh, right. Okay, so we didn't get a new clue there. Lawrence told Reese he was going to let them go after. Yeah, let's ask about this. Yes, well, it is what it is. It had been clear to me for some time that Maverick was not going to be where I spend the rest of my career anyway. You're not resentful? Why would I be? The prospect of not having to work with Olivia Carmine again is a balm for any bruised ego. I love a good moon. Okay. The moon is calling to them. Right. That's some good progress. Interesting. So you believe Miss DeVos wrote Dalliance to give herself the perfect framework for a murder without getting her hands dirty, all the time, all the while being protected from suspicion by the anonymity granted by her alias. It sounds like a plot straight out of a crime novel. It's so ludicrous that on any other day I'd dismiss it out of hand. But of course, this is a writer we're talking about. Did Miss DeVos have a flair for the dramatic like this? I didn't get that impression. But then, looks can be deceiving. Planning on leaving their post, or perhaps it wasn't a voluntary exit. If so, that may have caused some bitter feelings indeed. Try to find out more. Their boss is probably a good place to start. Well, I understand now why Reese was less than forthcoming about this piece of information. It does rather put a target on them, doesn't it? You think only Reese could have done it? No, love. I'd be foolish to make that assumption. Actors aren't known for their technical skills. So much is true, but Olivia was certainly familiar with the prop. And who knows, any one of our suspects may have hidden skills we're not yet aware of. Start digging. You Google anything and 7TV and add 7TV to it, you'll get tons of free emote pictures. Detective. You don't want to drink. Okay. That's fine. I got some clues I can present to you. I don't know if I'm supposed to present clues to him, but happens. Of course, there was a lover's quarrel at some point. I could have guessed as much. It's very typical. So you didn't know? Do I strike you as the type of person that reads about celebrity gossip? I'll be looking into this. Alone. Oh, come on. What do you want? I'm very busy right now. He had his hand on the table beforehand. I warned you about investigating on your own. Stop wasting both of our time with this pointless tittle-tattle. One of these has got to get him on our side. I knew there was drama. The petty squabbles between cast members are just about the only thing they've shared with me, usually in great detail. None of it is in any way useful. I was bickering between Carmine and the prop master of any importance in this murder investigation. Sure, bad blood could be a strong motive, but last I checked, both of them were still alive. Although you could tell me Kenrid is a vampire at this point, and I'd be tempted to believe you. Funny you say. This might be the first time I agreed with Killian Duran on anything. I've never gotten the point of melodramatic tragedies like this. That being said, I don't see how it's relevant, unless you imply they decided to include a real homicide to spice up an underwhelming script. I sure hope not. I think we've established by now that the mind of Lawrence Sullivan IV works in mysterious, nigh inscrutable ways. It sure is odd that he decided to bring back a simple stagehand. So is everything he does. You think I'm unaware of the two squabbled? Olivia clashed with rather a lot of people from what I've gathered. Sorting through all their petty drama at work is shaving years off my life as it is. I don't need your input on this. The one Effie mentioned sounded serious. And I'm sure I'll get to hear all about it before long. It won't be from you. Here I thought Reese was a sacrificial lamb getting sacked to shield the theater's reputation, but no, apparently they were already out the door. It would have been great to find that out myself in the hours I've had to endure Lawrence's inane chattering. Well, you know now. Don't get cute with me. If I were Reese, I'd certainly despise Olivia and Lawrence for this, but I fail to see how it involves Stravos in any way. Even if he stood idly by, surely he would not be the prime target. True. Effie, the stagehand? Yes. Okay. She's got a hidden talent. What does that matter? I know how to juggle. That doesn't make me suspicious, does it? We already knew she was involved in the production. I don't see how this changes anything. Wait, can I see you juggle? I need to stop running my mouth around you. Okay, I don't see how him working with metal is at all relevant in this case, nor how it should concern you. Unless anti-worker sentiment was a factor. Was he involved in any past union activity? Let's take a note. I somehow don't think that's it. Boy, he's being very... I mean, we bring up all these good points. It's like, I don't see how that's relevant to the case. It's like, you weren't this dumb in the previous two cases. You are just sabotaging yourself, sir. What does it matter what he said? You're not trying to insinuate he was gutted like a fish on stage for being abrasive, are you? What if Savros was actually planning something? Well, clearly it didn't amount to anything, or else there would be a different body on the slab at the morgue, no? Unless someone else acted first. Hint, hint. Fuck. You and your wild theories. I thought I told you to leave well enough alone. Doesn't it make sense, though? No, it absolutely does not. What kind of unhinged mind would come up with that kind of elaborate, pointless, dramatic scheme? Actually, never mind, it's your point. So you're saying it's possible. I'm not saying anything. Don't be getting any funny ideas. I still fail to see how the dagger comes into all this, let alone why she'd even do it in the first place. All you're getting from me is maybe. Good enough for me. So you're saying they set their scheme in motion as soon as they had an alternative lined up. Getting your annoying coworker killed is one way of burning bridges at work. Hell, who hasn't thought about that? Is everything all right at the office? I'll get to the bottom of this part, Jerry. You've done plenty. They just admitted that to you? I've had 3 interviews with this kid, and they amounted to nothing, but you served them a couple cocktails and they crack? That doesn't mean Reese is the culprit. What else could it possibly mean? Don't be getting a soft spot for them just because they're a paying customer. No other suspect has the skill to pull off that kind of sabotage, except for the other guy who worked with metal in the fine metal area. If you've been paying attention to what we've been telling you, that we know of. Ugh. This fucking guy. Get out of here. Killing me. Killing me, Smalls. Hey, Ginger Ale. Who's a good kitty? So, add some new prospects. Toolsmith. Who combined? Stavros was an experienced metalworker and was very familiar with the stage prop. If Bjorn is right, Stavros certainly could have sabotaged the dagger if he wanted to. Haha! What would her motive be? It's got to be something to do with this, why he was blacklisted. I don't know how we're going to find that out. Thank you for the clarification. Excuse me. Okay. Oh my god. What if it turns out to be all 3 working together? Wait, is she the son? Wait. Hang on. Yeah, but then what would be her motive? This is the one I'm having trouble figuring out motive for. I don't know. I mean, it could be like all three work together, but why would they do that? It all comes down. It would all have. It all comes. We need to find out why Stavros was blacklisted. What did he do that got him blacklisted? If I feel like that would be the only her motive, and Olivia's motive would almost have to be related to that. She dated him briefly, and then they broke up. She worked on the first play. They both worked on the first play with Stavros, so they've known him for like 10 years at least. She hasn't known him that long. Olivia! Oh my gosh, she's here. You recognize the sound of Olivia entering before you even see her. The swish of her long coat and the light clicking of her high heels fills the room. In light of recent events, you expect to see tired eyes and unkempt hair, yet Olivia is immaculate as always. Her appearance radiating elegance throughout the speakeasy. Good evening to you all. I'm certain you must have missed me. Hopefully things haven't been too boring in my absence. Olivia, good to see you back. Thank you. My oh my, I can't wait to discuss this week with you over drinks. Such a harrowing experience. Like one of my radio confession stories. Are you alright? Ooh, actually, I want to build rep with her. I think we're gonna need this, so let's see what happens. Are you alright? Of course I am. Would I come here otherwise? Shall we address the elephant in the room? I know you want to hear about what happened at the Maverick. Absolutely. Perfect. So there I was, performing Penelope's flashback. That's the character I play in Dalliance. I could really feel it, you know? Her anger, regret, and sadness, I embraced it all as I plunged the dagger into my throat. But the emotions that I felt were very different from Penelope. Why was that? In my excitement, I had forgotten to take a prop dagger from the table. Fortunately, the goddess smiled upon me. I felt the presence of a dagger in the pocket of my dress. What luck! Wait. So then that means Stavros sabotaged the dagger, but she didn't take that dagger. It was still on the prop table when she did the first act. She used a completely different knife. So then she picks up the sabotage dagger and uses it on Stavros, who's the one who sabotaged it in the first place. Oh my god. Oh no. He got himself killed. None of them did it. He was trying to murder her.
It do be like that sometimes.
Oh my god. I think we just cracked this case. No wonder none of them really have a motive. All right, we'll see how this goes. We'll see. we can't rule anything out yet, but that's definitely where I'm leaning. I must have left it there by accident during one of the rehearsals. So she had a prop dagger in her pocket. I returned it during the intermission, but was unable to escape a snide remark from Reese, the props master. Reese knew that it was missing. Oh, now wait a minute. Okay. So, and in the next scene, you picked up the dagger from the table? Precisely. If not for the goddess's protection, I could have used that one on myself. I knew all those prayers would pay off one day. Olivia's smile isn't quite right. She's a talented actress. Who knows what she really feels right? Who knows what she really feels right now? It's a shame the goddess couldn't extend the same mercy to Starvos that she showed me. He is in her embrace now. I'm sure of it. Well, I've rambled long enough for one evening, darling. I look forward to visiting you frequently for our regular drinks and chat. A bit of normalcy would do me good, don't you agree? Absolutely. Well then, we'll talk again soon. Toodles! Toodles! Oh, she was in and then she's gone. Alright. And away she goes. Hey! Cog! Wallen! Hello, welcome in. Milo, hello, welcome. Serve D's. What?
These nuts. Ha! Got him!
These nuts. Ha! Got him.
You used the right message this time. There you go. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream, Cog? Thank you for shouting out Cog, by the way. Appreciate that. Cog, apparently you and Michaela noticed when I created my bot account. I wondered, when you guys were talking about it, it's in the background as I'm making it, and I heard you guys talking about something. And I was like, could that be related to what I'm doing? She's up late again. Hello, welcome in. You did some Pilgrim's Traverse today, DD4, and was able to get the complete with Thaumaturge. Oh, wow. Because we lost our Black Mage Jobstone. You lost it? Wait. Like, actually lost it? Or just took it off to do a Thaumaturge run? On purpose. Okay, gotcha. Because fuck Black Mage. Chat, close your ears. Say it isn't so. He ate it. Nom 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 nom. Jobstones. You're with Cog on this one. Oh no. Cog, be sure to get yourself tested for COVID because apparently you have no sense of taste. Hey! Shots fired! Oh god. I was getting a wee bit sleepy at the end there, so I gotta look for sure. I'll keep the window up. Just wanted to bring the game over. Oh, well, thank you, Cog. I appreciate the raid very much. Get some rest. Have a good night, sir. I literally levels my black mage with the sightseeing log, so I don't have to actually play black mage. Wow, incredible! Ah, Milo, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Is that moi? Is that French for me? How do you spell moi? Is it? Yeah, I guess it is. M-O-I.
Shared. X100. Tasties yo hey.
Cog.
Got him!
Thank you so much for the bits. And you even got the text to speech to say it properly. Very nice. Well played, sir. This barista at Starbucks looked so nervous as she handed me my coffee. I think she was scared because she spelt my name wrong. She wrote, "Call the cops." I didn't bother leaving a tip. Jeez. Now I gotta get up and stretch and whatnot. Yeah, do that. Go do post-stream things. Get some rest, sir. Thanks again for the raid and the bits. Well, welcome in everyone. My name is Gigolian. Tonight is Mystery Sunday. We like to play games with a good mystery, puzzle games, things that make us think on Sundays. I also do I give away a game each Sunday. So if you're interested in partaking in the giveaways, build up your channel points over the week and you can buy raffle tickets for next week if the game interests you. I've got a wheel spinner to pick a random game to give away each week, so if you're interested, be sure to stop by again. This game is best served cold. We are a bartender at a speakeasy in a made-up country, but it's roughly the 1920s, 1930s. And as a bartender, we get people liquored up and talking about their lives and the things that they've been going through recently, and uncovering a murder mystery with each case. So we've got in the back there we've got Hugo, the detective from the constabulary. We got a retired PI. And these two help us think about the clues that we find out, and get us kind of pointed in the right direction. And then everyone else are either just regular patrons or involved in the case somehow. So let's talk to Lawrence. Lawrence, I need to ask you some things. Let's we could build the rep with him. We're at level 2 rep. And it gets him pretty drunk and talk. Yeah, let's try the drama queen. Okay. Boy, Lawrence, I need to ask you some questions. Oh boy. Let's see. Did you know that Stavros had worked as a metal worker? Trying to figure out what I should ask him. These two Lawrence told me about, so I don't need to ask him about those. And then he told me about this one, and he told me about this one. So pretty much these other things I need to ask him about. How many... I got 4 things I can talk to him about right now. Okay. Did you know that he was a metal worker? Oh, hush now. Don't go spreading that around, will you? I see no need to sully the man's memory with such unflattering information. Leave him his dignity. He gave his life on the stage and died a true thespian. That is how he would want to be remembered, not as some laborer. So you knew about this? Oh, of course I knew. Have you any idea of the Herculean effort it took to even find him there? And to make matters worse, I couldn't convince him to quit. Said he wanted security and all of that hogwash. I was more adventurous at his age. I took care to hide that shameful little factoid from the press, and I intend to keep it that way, so keep it to yourself. I will. Okay. Mystery Sunday is the bestest. Aw, thanks, Michaela. Did you know about this little... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. There was something I needed to ask him about. Suggested to ask his employer about... Yeah, maybe this one. Did you know about these new prospects? The situation with Kenrid? Yes, it's all quite unfortunate, isn't it? What's going on with them exactly? Oh, I guess we've already found this out. Okay. Did you hear about these veiled threats? You're not taking this seriously, are you? Stavros was probably just getting in character. Penelope is the reason for Hercule's tragic demise, after all, and not long before she too meets her untimely end. He seemed to take it quite seriously. Ah, well, you know how it is. Emotions run high on the stage, and people say a lot of silly things when they're cross with one another. Very passionate people, actors. I'm sure this was nothing serious. Say so. Do you know about this thing? What an awful tragedy. I really can't imagine any of my staff would do something so diabolical. Are you certain these are the only possible culprits? I'm afraid the facts seem to point in that direction. Oh, well. Oh my. Well, at least Olivia is obviously blameless in this dreadful scenario, so that's one name off the list. No need to thank me. I wasn't about to. Where did the time go? I must be off. Okay, goodbye. Alright. Now, let's see. Hey, Killian. Yeah, so... You made a new friend then? Tell me about Reese. Well, not quite, but I do believe Reese is quite impressed with me, and I'm impressed with them too. What a cool head under pressure. Really? I mean, why would they not be impressed by me? I'm refined, charming, quick of wit, as witty as Reese is. I keep up. I do not expect you to enthusiastically endorse all these qualities, but you could at least try to keep a straight face. Sorry, Killian. Well, this is rather the point of making new friends, isn't it? Wait, do I need to lie to him about that? Wait. I'm not making a face. Oh. Well, this is rather the point of making new friends, isn't it? What do you mean? I mean, all of my old friends and acquaintances seem to think I am some witless, stumbling buffoon. Reese does not think that about me, though, I'm sure. Only partially true. If I am to make new friends, perhaps they can get to know a new Killian. I believe every new person you meet creates a new version of you. A new version that they carry in their heads and hearts. And maybe that new Killian is a better Killian. So whether I make friends with Reese or you or even the handsome girl that works in the bakery next door to the hotel, the one with all that wavy blonde hair, oh my god, Killian. I know that I'll be creating new versions of me, smarter and better versions, free from my old bad habits. Maybe? Well, I wouldn't expect you to understand. But trust me, bartender, this is a new Killian you see before you. I shan't be the bumbling, handsome young man you knew before. I shall be more. Okay. Get you a drink, sir. Yeah. Mint punch. Alright, we can talk to him about 3 more things. Anything about these new prospects? Really? How are they already moving on so quickly? I've been looking for an age with no luck. This is something else, all right? Perhaps I'm a bit slow on the uptake. I don't know why I would need to know this. Okay. I don't think she would know anything about this. I don't think he would know anything about this. Maybe we get some more information about him. And here I was wondering why someone as talented as Livia would ever sign up for a play as awful as this. She probably couldn't say no, as this was important to Lawrence. Look where it got her. So you're gone. Wait. Did I not? Did we get more information? More questions that we could ask him? Oh. He doesn't have a drink. I swear I gave him a drink today already. Didn't we talk to him before we talked to Killian? Yeah, so I asked him about this. We'll just... Oh yes, that's correct. I sent him to the makeup chair at once. Hercule has no need for props in the second act, and he was looking dreadfully pale. To be expected, perhaps, with the stress of opening night and his grand soliloquy coming up, but rather unbecoming for the sun-kissed Adonis he was meant to be portraying. He was looking dreadfully pale. I wonder why that is. Come now. You're not trusting the judgment of some scrubby factory worker on Savros' character, are you? Savros was a factory worker. Ha! That was only a temporary setback in the man's life. I'm sure this Bjorn is barely trying to slander his good name out of envy. Savros was on the rise once more. I don't know about that. I don't think so, Tim. She did she? Always a resourceful girl, Olivia. I'm not sure it was intentional. Oh. Well, in that case, I suppose I pay Reese to prevent these sort of snafus, don't I? Clearly, they've been slipping up. Is it any wonder that this tragedy occurred? It's so hard to find decent staff these days. Okay. So, could this be a scripted demise? Effie doing something like that? Don't be absurd. She may have a gift for penning tragic tales filled with drama and betrayal, but she herself is a practical, even-tempered sort of girl, I assure you. All right. Okay, how's it going, Reese? With the Pen Fatale again. I don't know that I need that much rep with them, but so this builds a little bit of rep, gives us an extra question, and gets them the right amount of drunk. Loosen their lips. Okay. So tell me, I need to ask her about these things. You ever heard of the short-tempered doctor? No, makes sense. He doesn't have any patience. Classic. I'm sure someone might consider her behavior to be quirky rather than unprofessional, presumably someone who doesn't have to work with her daily. To elaborate. As I said, the show must go on, and that means accounting for Olivia's inability to keep track of the props she has provided. Thankfully, I took precautions. Okay. Simple. I made 3 identical daggers. This proved to be providential, as Olivia managed to pocket one and failed to return it during rehearsals. She ended up taking it home before returning it the next day. The night of the premiere, when I noticed she did not pick up a dagger before heading to the stage, I was about to stop her. She might ruin the scene by trying to perform without the prop. Her light fingers proved to be a boon in the end, as one of the daggers was left in the pocket of her dress. It must be very chaotic working with her. Yes, not a problem I will have in the future, it seems. So that gave us another clue. The dagger that killed Starstone was one of 3 identical ones Reese had made. 3 identical. Yeah. It does sound plausible. Handling the material daily for several years would likely result in skills comparable to mine. I'm never sure what kind of topics. Oh, that's it? That's all you got to say about that? Okay. Tell me about those veiled threats. I don't know about you, but I can think of a few things Olivia deserved. A reality check, for one thing. But your mind is jumping straight to murder, I imagine. I don't imagine he meant an award. If he did threaten to murder her, I'm surprised Stavros himself was the one to end up on the receiving end. Unless... you don't think. It's enough wild speculation for one night, don't you think? Unless... could this be a thing? Absolutely not. We're not close, but Effie is one of the more sane people I know in this line of work, which I realize isn't saying much. Trust me, she isn't the type for this sort of nonsense. Okay. Oh yes, it was intense, really. You know what their big fight was about? No clue. I tuned out their childish bickering long ago for the sake of my own sanity. Ask Effie. Well, we'll ask Effie. Alright. So she's a big fan of the femme fatale. All right. Tell me about this. What do you think about this whole dagger sabotage thing? Interesting. I imagine it'd take a dab hand to do so under Reese Peter's watchful eye. You don't think it could have been Reese himself? No, I don't. Okay. That's all you got to say about that. What about this? I don't gossip about my coworkers, certainly not at a time like this. That's who I am. Alright. Did you hear about the... See, Olivia's carelessness is any concern of mine or yours for that matter. Okay. Obviously not. That's ridiculous. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on this one. If you're so determined to play amateur detective, you must know the burden of proof is on you. I didn't come here to entertain your silly speculations. You're not going to say anything in your defense? How about I answer with a question? If I really wanted to murder Stavros so badly, why would I have written such a violent end of Olivia's character as well? You may not believe it, but we are friends. Besides, you don't give me much credit as a writer if you think I couldn't have come up with a more interesting way to kill a man than this. That's besides the point. Well, we lost some rep, but that's fine. At least we got it out of the way. You know anything about this? You don't gossip. Okay, fine. What help are you? Good work piecing that together. Of course, that doesn't mean anything without proof that Stavros could actually planted the weapon as well. As you know, I think... Okay. She kept a knife in her dress pocket? For both our sakes, I'll skip over the part where I bemoan how irresponsible that is. The prop master will likely do that for me when you tell them about it. This information is news to me, bartender, and I get the feeling it changes a great deal indeed. If it means Olivia didn't take a knife from the prop table for the first act, she already had one on hand. Let's take a step back and see if this affects our prior assumptions. As you know, I already had those thoughts. So there were multiple copies of the dagger. Not at all that surprising, I suppose. It's the prop master's job to ensure the production wouldn't be hampered by one lost or broken prop after all. Is Carmine taking them home, though? Now that is a point of interest. I have no trouble imagining it's just carelessness on her part. But what if it wasn't? Could she have had ulterior motives? Now we get Hugo caught up. Oh, come now. You're grasping at straws. I highly doubt anyone but the actual prop master would have had the know-how to tamper with the murder weapon. She had a spare on her all this time? All of my theories so far rely on the murder weapon being introduced after. Oh, no. I'm not encouraging this behavior. It's bad enough that a police interrogation didn't get this out of her, but a chat with a bartender did? Oh, I found out more. There's not just one, but 3 props. Oh, they made multiple copies, did they? Because one of the core suspects took them home with her? They told you that? Did they also tell you their grandma's secret cookie recipe while they were at it? Their childhood crush, perhaps? The name of their first pet? What? Why does everyone always tell you everything? Do you have any idea how long I sat opposite them at the police station, trying to get anything I could work with? It was like squeezing blood out of a stone. And that damn deadpan expression. If they ever decide to give up on performing arts, I'm sure there's a lucrative poker career in their future. Alright, calm down. Alright. Chill. Maybe you should reconsider working with us rather than alone. Apologies, your default operator is currently not available. If you wish for a new operator, please use the menu in the main terminal. From the settings menu, toggle the primary contact to backup operator. Apologies, your default operator is currently not available. If you wish for a new operator, please use the menu in the main terminal. From the settings menu, toggle the primary contact to backup operator. So who is this? I'm Eliza Clips, the backup operator assigned to this stack when your default operator is not available. I look forward to helping you on your journey for knowledge. Okay. All right, everyone. You can't stay here. Time to go home. You smell like icy hot now. Could it be because you applied icy hot? So it could have been Olivia's sabotage. Olivia had been known to carelessly bring theater props home with her. Did she smuggle a prop dagger home with her so she could sabotage it? There we go. Self-defense. Now we got our motive. Cool. I just got to figure out her defense, if any. These out. Make sure we're not missing out on any clues. Need more clues about Effie. A threat. The sabotage dagger was already put in place before the performance and would have fatally injured Olivia during the opening number had she not used a spare prop carelessly left in her caustic. Was Olivia, not Stavros, the intended victim all along? There we go. Did have a hand in a lot of stuff. And we know that he's the one who had hands on the table. There we go. Hey, the new suspect. Since the prop was already open to sabotage before the performance started, Stavros himself should also be considered as a suspect. Elena will want to know about this. Indeed. Was Reese aiming to kill Olivia, a perpetual thorn in their side, out of revenge for getting them fired? There we go. So really her motive was about trying to take out Olivia, not... I don't think any of these would lead to a defense. Usually you have to talk to people to get the defense. So that would be how he would have done it. This would have been... Still don't know his motive, though. We don't know what it was they were arguing about. Now we've got a fourth suspect. Apparently we can't add them there yet, but we got some information. Suicide by proxy. Did Stavros sabotage the prop dagger intending for Olivia to take her own life in the opera's opening number? Her careless use of a backup prop saved her life and sealed Stavros' fate. Okay. To Nick, yes, but between the two of us, we're old enough that someone always smells like icy hot. Nice. Oh, we got some conversations over here. Elena, you look like you're chewing a bee. Out with it. What's on your mind? You should not be taking this case on by yourself, Hugo. I know it, the constabulary knows it, and I think deep down, even you know it. Nonsense. I am more than capable, as my record can attest. I don't think you'd want anyone eyeing that record too closely, Detective. I'm a proud member of the Bukavi Police Force, and I have nothing to be ashamed of. I've solved plenty of crimes more heinous than this, and my record includes over 15 arrests of murderers and serial killers. Were any of those in Bukavi? No one is questioning your record when you were back in Belgium. I became a detective, and that promotion was not achieved by making friends or favoritism. Believe me. I do, but Hugo, even your fellow officers have partners. I know you've found it difficult here in Sara. The difficulty has come from many sources, not least the interference of a high-profile board meddler who thinks she still has what it takes to investigate at the highest level despite her retirement. You go too far, Detective Mertens. I'm a civilian, a private investigator, and a former member of the constabulary. I deserve a little more respect. Yes, you do. I take that back. But why do you aggravate me so? You know there is no one on the force I care to work with, and the feeling is mutual. Where do I turn? Why not enlist a civilian again? Someone smart, savvy, and maybe someone a little better with people? You could focus on the deduction. You've done it before. A bartender? I noticed you were quick to swoop in and recruit my informant, but no, this one I must handle alone. I can't go begging for a civilian every time I need help, and neither should you. They don't have the same protections we do. Nonsense. It takes a strong man to admit he needs help, Hugo. A weak man flounders in silence until he sinks. I will choose to construe your words as concern rather than critique. Good. That's what I intended. Still, I must stand on my own 2 feet. You should keep your nose out of this too, Mrs. Ernest. Enjoy your drink and leave the police work to the police. This fucking guy. You look smart today. Did you go home and change after work? I obviously can hardly come to your fancy speakeasy in my overalls, covered in oil and dirt. It'll be a right scene in here. I didn't know you wore overalls. What color? White. What do you think? What did you think I wore? A smart 3-piece suit like you wear in the bank? I've just never seen any overalls in your apartment. I put them in the laundry and have a bath as soon as I get home. I think I'd like to see you in your pristine white overalls. I guess he'd have to stay the night. Would ya? Aye. They don't stay clean for long. I thought you liked me in this new shirt you got me. Bjorn, I don't care what you wear or not wear. As long as you're happy. Though a man in a uniform is always a fine thing to see. Overalls aren't a uniform.
Oh my.
I think anything we wear to work is a uniform. You're a funny fellow. You'll make a woman a fine husband one day. Wait, what? What? I thought these two were dating. Wait. I swear these two, it was like established that they're dating. I hate it when you say that. But I love teasing you. Oh, okay. So you have to learn to live with it, and me, perhaps. But let me see you in those overalls sometime, okay? Fine. You can do my laundry on Thursday night and see me in them Friday morning. Heyo! Attaboy, Bjorn. Deal. All right. Have I got some juicy tidbits for you? What if this is how? Do you believe Miss Carmine sabotaged the dagger at home? I have my doubts, and I imagine the prop master would share them. But I've made the fatal mistake of underestimating a suspect once before. I'll not make it again. Let's see where this leads. Okay. And what about this? What if it was self-defense? So Stavros' own words may have come back to bite him. It's certainly a coherent theory, but let's not get too hasty. Your whole theory hinges on the idea that Olivia was capable of tampering with that dagger. We may want to get an expert opinion. And what if it was, well, we know that the dagger was already in place. What if the intended target was Olivia, not Stavros? You really are a sharp one. It seems I made the right choice putting my faith in your powers of deduction. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this changes everything. If Olivia was the intended victim, we're looking for a very different motive. Anyone who has a strong dislike for her is now suspicious. I'm afraid that's not exactly a short list. E for Miss Carmine, whoever wanted to kill her underestimated her dumb luck, and now an innocent man is dead. That is, if we can still assume Stavros was an innocent man. What a mess. All of our puzzle pieces tossed on the floor. Oh, no. This is exactly the kind of excitement I live for, dear. You don't get a breakthrough like this very often. Learn to savor it. Well, that means that makes him suspect number 4! By the goddess, how the tables have turned! Stavros could have been the one to plant the weapon all along. It had certainly added a touch of dramatic irony to this whole affair, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll first need some proof that Stavros was even capable of tampering with the weapon, which we have. Actors are usually happy to leave such matters to the prop master after all. Try to find out exactly what was done to the weapon and whether Stavros might have any skills we didn't know about. Well, that's true. Yeah. Well, here's... What if this was her motive? It's a solid theory. Revenge is a powerful motivator, and Reese would have been perfectly positioned for a plan like this. I wonder if the people they worked with knew they were up to something on the night of the performance. It might be wise to run your theory by them. What if... Goodness, the plot thickens. If Stavros was indeed the one that planted the weapon, that means a would-be murderer became the victim of his own scheme, harming nobody but himself. It probably did traumatize a few people. Sure, but no innocent person died, although I do realize I may be the first to ever call Miss Carmine innocent. Which does raise the question, why did she want to harm her? Why did he want to harm her? I'm sure they had a history together. We just need to find a motive. Yeah. Motive. Yeah, motive. All right. Hey there, Lucas. So, got that one taken care of. Okay. Let's get you a drink, sir. Which one's your favorite? Cold Winter. All right. I don't know that he would know much about these things, to be honest. So he didn't know anything about the closed doors. Could ask him about him. I don't know anything about that. Okay. Let's hold off on this. Okay. So, let's build rep. Okay. Oh boy. St. Jarvis planned to kill someone? That's a disturbing thought. I could tell there was darkness in him, but I never would have guessed he'd be capable of that. I hope you're sure of this theory, of yours, bartender. It's no good to speak ill of the dead. I know. But we gotta figure this stuff out. You think she could have sabotaged it? Don't take my word for it, but you may be underestimating the technical know-how that would go into tinkering with a gadget like that. Anything about this? Oh, really? I do wish they told me about that. It's true we don't run in the same circles, but I could have helped them. Something tells me they wouldn't want that. You're probably right. They're being coolly independent as always. You know how cats tend to hide their pain from you? That's reasonable. That's reasonable. You think she could have done this? This is their area of expertise. think she could have done it? Reese is a respectable young professional. They wouldn't hurt a fly. What if the fly got them fired? Don't joke about that. Okay. Right. To ask him about what the hell's going on here. What does he know, if anything? Okay. So do you think she could have killed her because of this? Reese? I don't know about this, bartender. You really think they could have been capable of such a vile act? You tell me. You know them better than I do. Hardly. I'm not entirely sure they even are knowable and impeccable craftsmen, of course. Or is it craftsperson? But a mysterious, dour creature in every other regard. I don't like to think of my staff in such an uncharitable way, but perhaps there is something to your theory. I'm in dire need. Okay. What about self-defense option? Goddess, I don't know what this is. What am I, an oracle? Okay. This. Oh my, it certainly is a fantastical tale. A feud between former lovers, diabolical scheme, a dramatic twist of fate at the last minute. Gale couldn't have written it better than that. I'm being serious. Oh, I'm sure you are. That doesn't mean I have to take it seriously, and frankly, I don't intend to. Okay. Hey Claire. This has been very cozy to listen to in the background. Are you finding the cases any more intuitive? A little bit, yes. I'm definitely getting a better feel for how this flows. Yeah. Okay, what else could we ask Lawrence about? We got one more for today. Lawrence is the one who said that Effie told him about the fight. So I think we have to ask Effie about the fight. Good heavens, why would she possibly do such a thing? Olivia Carmen's a lady, not some conniving villain. Won't stand for you speaking that way. Okay. Well, trying to get to some defenses here, but I guess we might have to ask them about them. Okay, well now you're now friends with her, so my rep with them is pretty good. I wonder if I should get him good and drunk. Need a 4. So the dry war would be the only option to get him there. Let's try it. Oh, he actually liked it. Wait, is this another favorite of his? No? Okay. He just enjoys it. Father always told me this drink was traditionally made in a different manner. Still like it. Good. So. Tell me about this. Don't be a fool. You can't seriously be suggesting that. There's no way Reese could be the culprit. You don't think they could have planned a murder? Well, no. They're certainly smart enough for it, and if looks could kill half the cast of that opera, would have likely been dead already, not to mention me. But you think they didn't do it. Oh, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right, you know? They're so professional and level-headed. They're just not the type of person to do something insane like commit murder. How about, you know, Olivia? You believe she had to resort to that for her own safety? If only I'd been there. I would have gladly protected her myself, and none of this would have ever happened. Uh-huh. You think Olivia could have sabotaged the weapon? Perhaps I'm a bit slow on the uptake, but I don't know what you're expecting me to know about this. Alright. Nothing new there. Okay, let's go for rep again. We should get them. We go full rep. It's not enough drink. I think I got quite a few questions for them though. Yeah, let's see if I can get that. Okay, tell me about this self-defense idea. Do you have, like... Of course not, that's ridiculous. Could you elaborate? No. Okay. No. That's it? What do you want me to say? I answered your question. No, I don't think she could have done it. Fair enough. Okay. Out. This. Well, that's a shame. Just as an unexpected skill rendered him a bit more interesting, he had to ruin it by being a maniac. Do you think I'm right? I see no reason why you wouldn't be. They were oil and water, but more bitter. Oil and vinegar? The goddess must be looking out for Olivia. Almost makes you consider attending church. Though if I stepped over the threshold, I'd burst into flames, obviously. I'm okay. Well, do you think she could have sabotaged it? Olivia took the dagger home to sabotage it. That's a very imaginative story. Perhaps the dagger obtained self-awareness and flew away. That seems just as likely. You don't think it's possible? I'm not the president of Olivia's fan club, but I do not consider her capable of such macabre act. Cold-blooded murder on a stage in front of hundreds is beyond her. So my answer is this: no. No, I do not think she sabotaged the play. As well as lacking the temperament for such an act, she lacks the skill too. While I may not have always enjoyed working with her, these sort of accusations are ones I'd gladly testify against. Not just for her sake, but also to protect the craft of prop masters around the world. I refuse to let the public believe any spoiled diva could recreate our trade. Hey, there's our defense. All right. Now we just got to get a defense for her, for Reese. Let's see. Finding the victim as a murder suspect is a little macabre for the likes of you. Even in the grave, the man can't escape your accusation. That being said, I suppose I can't really argue with your reason. It's possible, I suppose. Stavros was certainly the sourest apple in the bunch, but he was one of the few that properly respected my work and my time. In this industry, men like that are in short supply. That's unfortunate. Well, Olivia's life was spared by the grace of her own perpetual negligence. These things truly are sent to try us. Please ensure she never finds out about this. It would only encourage her. I believe she could have been the intended victim. With relative ease, I must admit, the list of people she's irritated or offended over the years probably rivals the length of that infernal screenplay. Okay. Hello, Olivia. What a sanctuary this is. The media circus has been exhausting. I am so glad to relax here with a drink. What would you like? It seems my usual favorites off the menu this time around. What a bother. Let me have another look. Oh, bartender, you shouldn't have. What do you mean? Why, I'm honored you named a drink after me. I'll have that one if you don't mind. You're welcome. What a femme fatale. Is that what she wants? Oh gosh, that's not even gonna get her drunk. So you like to improvise. Unorthodox things can be beautiful too, or interesting at least. So was that actually a favorite of hers? No, it's not. Okay. I know she likes this, and it'll get her the right alcohol level to be Gabby, and it boosts affection. However, I think I'll do this anyways. One night stand. It's not her favorite, but it does build affection and gives us 3 more actions. And I do have things that I need to talk to her about. Okay. 4 of them are going to be this right here. To be honest, I want to ask her about this backstage fight. What was this backstage fight about? Yes, well, every production has its tensions. Getting it out of character takes a lot out of an actor. Not for me. Embodying Penelope is as easy as slipping on a glove. But you and Stavros did fight. Oh, give it a rest, will you, darling? Our fight had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the man. I resent the implication. Oh, so I am going to have to ask Effie about it. You've had quite a varied career, Miss Olivia. I have, haven't I? And now that I've loosened up a little, I can tell you about it. You know, I learned a valuable lesson from each career path I've followed. I'll share my lessons if you like, but perhaps just one. I don't believe in spilling all my secrets. So tell me, darling, which lesson do you want to know about? What I learned from acting in the opera, singing in the church choir, or my radio show? I mean, the opera is the most, potentially the most relevant thing, so I guess. Life is a show, darling. We all have 3 masks we wear, but those who perform on stage have a 4th. What are the masks? We have 1 mask we wear when out in the world, at a store, in church, or on the stage, coach, at the market, our public face. Respectable and obedient. Our 2nd mask is the personality we wear with our family. We slip that mask back on every time we go home for family dinner, when our mother calls us on the telephony machine, or when we meet our surly aunt at the post office. That's the mask we often think we no longer wear, but we often find ourselves falling into our old ways when amongst our closest family. Finally, we have the mask we wear when we are home alone, or with our chosen partner, behind closed doors. Perhaps that is not a mask at all, or so we tell ourselves. But our actors know the truth, for they wear a 4th mask, or a 5th or a 6th. And because they wear so many, they know that all of the masks are real. Our true nature is not in the masks we wear, but in the part of ourselves that chooses when we change masks. Does that make sense to you, bartender? Or have I perhaps lost you somewhere along the way? I think I get it. All right. Okay, traumatic. Are you okay after the incident? Why, yes, darling, of course. It was upsetting, but I've been through a lot. You don't get to where I am in life without seeing a drop of blood spilled here or there. Well, as long as you're okay. Okay? No, darling, not at all. I stabbed a man on stage. The world does not understand. What am I to do? Do they think I should don black and abandon my career, friends, my life? Olivia shudders. Her eyes are glassy, but with a steady breath, she smiles. It's a smile she has likely worn like armor all her life. Sometimes we see things we think are beyond what we can bear. We think there is a limit to the horrors we can endure. But darling, if life taught me one thing, it is this. We endure. I don't want to think about what happened to Stavros. I have not yet begun to accept this loss. But accept it I shall. In time, I will move on. I will endure. But until then, let me drink and dance and share time with friends and friendly strangers. Tears can wait. They're going nowhere, and neither am I. Wow. So what will happen with the show? I'm not sure, darling. Will audiences want to come out and see me play Penelope when the media circus has died down? If they don't want to see me perform in Dalliance, or anything else for that matter, then I will be disappointed, but I will understand. Perhaps it will be worse if they do want to see me perform again. What macabre sight do they expect to see from me next time? I'm quite accustomed to being the drama, but that's what I bring with my acting skills. It's performance, darling. I do not want my identity to become something people come to see. When I act, I want people to lose themselves in my performance. If all they see is the woman who killed, well, you know what happened. It's not what I want to be known for. I am more than a news cycle, I hope. I hope the world agrees. And how's your call-in show going? On hiatus, I'm afraid. My call-in show was about people sharing the drama. It doesn't really work when I'm the drama. I look forward to getting back to it one day, though in truth, a holiday away from serious matters is beneficial to me right now. I find my heart yearns for lightness, giggling with friends, sharing drinks, perhaps even a walk in nature. Well, perhaps if there are no bugs. And we have a well-stocked picnic basket. I am a city girl at heart. And of course, I'd want someone along to uncork the wine for me. I've only just had my nails done. I've gone for the almond shape. The regular stiletto style I normally choose seems ill-advised right now. What am I waffling on about? Darling, you really know how to get me talking. I suppose the lack of my radio show really has left me with rather too much to say, and no one to say it to. I should get back home. I want to miss your beauty sleep. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. I don't think we got any new clues today. Boop. Oh, well, we got the defense. I suppose that was to be expected. Not every theory will pan out. What matters is that we follow the evidence rather than our preconceptions, even if in Olivia's case, those preconceptions were very much on the mark. I'm sure Miss Carmine would be relieved to hear she's off my list of suspects, but let's be kind and keep the reason why between us. That's fair. We got a lot to catch you up on. So Olivia Sabotage, believe me, I went through her extensive list of contacts as part of my investigation. I didn't exactly encounter a lot of metalsmiths in there. None, actually. Unless the woman had an unusual hobby, it seems unlikely to me. True. Shouldn't you be the last person to rule out an unusual hobby? Point taken. Trust me, Olivia is my prime suspect as well. She literally stabbed the fellow, but her sabotaging a stage prop? I don't see it. It was her prop. She could have brought it out. She could have brought out any old knife instead. Wouldn't that have tipped Stravos off? You're more clever than you look, aren't you? Thanks. That's not a bad deduction, although you've just crumpled up and tossed out days of police work. So anyone confirmed to be at the prop table at any point during the stabbing there's no way. Come on, keep going. Come on! Suspect number 4. You're saying the victim is a suspect now? Is this your attempt at impressing me? Because you'll have to do more than throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. Actually, don't try harder. Just leave it be. I know I'm onto something. The only thing you're on is a wild goose chase, bartender. If you really can't resist digging, at least keep your wild theories to yourself and stop wasting time. It's like he turned into... It's like his character turned into the police chief that is just constantly beating down on the detective in the story. You're absolutely insane. There's no way it could be that. Reese wanted to kill Olivia. It's mighty convenient, but I'll begrudgingly admit it does make sense. I sure couldn't dig up anything linking them to Stavros. Still, why Olivia? Why not Lawrence? Sure, it was a close tie, but between the two of them, surely he's the greater irritant. I think you need a vacation, detective. What if this is how it went down? What? So Stavros, and he meant for Olivia to... But then the detective's eyes go wide with excitement as his hand slips into his coat pocket, eagerly fishing for his notebook, until he catches himself. That's a ridiculous harebrained theory, bartender. I can't believe you almost had me. But it checks out! It's not only a completely insane plot right out of a crime novella, it's also a baseless accusation hurled at a murder victim. What motive could he possibly have had? You're lucky we have enough history for me to let you off with a warning. Yay. Well, we ruled her out. I figured as much. Hell, I figured as much before I started, and yet I wasted my precious limited time investigating this dead-end lead anyway. Sure. At least you did your due diligence, detective. Starting to sound like Elena, and I don't like it one bit, especially when you're right. Alright, well, you're all caught up. You're lucky I'm keeping you in the loop. Asshole.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Rory. Well, we got a lot of new stuff. Okay. It's something to do with that argument they had. What was it about? I gotta get Effie in here. I know what this argument was all about. Don't worry about the defense. Although, would that lead to... meaning he's the only one that could have done it? Another day. Ah, Effie is here. Good, 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 good. Let's start there. Right. You got it. Oh, we did already ask her about the backstage fight. You have presented this clue before. Yeah. Shoot. What do I ask her about? Good night, Rory. Thanks for the compliment. to ask her about. Travis. Yes, that's what I said. This would be a nice. We got veiled threats and backstage fight. Maybe these are the. Maybe I'm misinterpreting. I keep forgetting that these are two separate things. Maybe that's what I'm focusing on. It's the veiled threats thing. Julie Starvis was the one with the evil intent all along, but why? Why would he do such a thing? Well, because of the whole... I haven't even been able to suss out her. Frieza. That's what I'm looking for. Motivation. What would Effie's motivation be? The motive be. I think it's possible. If what you say is true, then it must be. I don't see why my opinion matters. Do I believe someone wanted to kill her? Sure. She was certainly a more famous figure than Stavros, more infamous too. What about this? No, that's ridiculous. All right. Okay. No, that's ridiculous. Heck of it. The son of a bitch. What else do you want from people? Anything about these two butting heads? Maybe that's what I need to ask about. Well, that's what you said. Shit. Yeah, she was the one who told us about that. Okay. I've asked you about these things. Say about this backstage fight. You're the one who told me about it. Right, Trusky, so they admit it. I had held out hope for that for the lad, but a course, only Reese would be capable of such a fiendish manipulation. And you and me, I always did find them rather off-putting little creatures. Don't you agree? I'm sure the police will be relieved to hear. Okay. So he's a suspect. Whoever's you've been sipping behind the bar, you can pour me one as well. I mean, What? The true target of this vile scheme got us, and here I thought this awful situation could not get any worse. I wouldn't even want to target Olivia. Missing a step somewhere. Not ask the right question. Well, we found out that she wasn't the one. So they've done the decent thing and stood up for Miss Carmine, have they? Good. They should not have needed to. Shame on you for even considering a suspect. Do my job, man. So we need to come up with a defense for Reese. How are we going to get a... Why that wretched viper? I knew that they were up to no good the moment I first laid on the little Strigoi. Should have been clear to you and the detective as well. You ever croak it? Now hand them to the police and get them out of my bar. You're saying it's true. It sounds like Mr. Stone reaped exactly what he sowed. What a fitting end for such a ghoulish man trying to harm Miss Carmine like that. In my business, we call that poetic justice. What do I have? I've still got a lot of clues to go over with her. So yeah, we're gonna need actions. Okay, so tell me about the veiled threats. Well, Effie, you must have misheard. I'm sure we were simply doing some impromptu line reads or some such. Line reads? Really? I don't remember that in the script. Sigh. Must you really pull at every loose thread? Fine, yes, I suppose he may have said something along those lines. Honestly, he said rather a lot of ghastly things. He was often in a mood, and he never passed up the chance to make it someone else's problem, usually mine. Abby, now, don't think I enjoy speaking ill of the dead. Stravos had his problems, I'm sure, but being irritable doesn't mean he deserved to die. What is... Okay. What about this? What is this ridiculous flim-flam about Reese trying to kill me? Just a theory. Yes, and one I'll gladly debunk right here, right now. While Reese and I have our differences, we are not amateurs. Word travels fast in the world of theater, and at the moment I learned that Lawrence decided to let Reese go, I immediately reached out to them and offered to talk to Lawrence on their behalf. I have my pride, but I am not blind to the merit of those I work with. Reese is an exceptionally talented individual, and Lawrence's decision was, in my eyes, the wrong one. Hey, there we go. We got Reese's defense. Nice. Reese was always professional and detached. They revealed they already had job offers in waiting, and that they had already decided to leave Lawrence's production. We buried the hatchet and vowed to part as colleagues, each wishing the other well. Anyone suggesting Reese is involved in this will have to answer to. Will have me to answer to. I suggest you consider this line of reasoning to be the dead end. Move on to more plausible theories. Thanks. We got to find out more about. You really believe Charles wanted to kill me? Wouldn't that be an interesting twist to this tragic tale? Livia maintains her usual smile and practiced ease, but the sudden paleness of her face makes it strangely hollow. For the first time since her return to the nightcap, she looks tired. Yes, after all the years I shed trying to scrub his blood from underneath my fingernails, it would certainly be ironic, wouldn't it? A bitter end for a bitter man. I wish I could tell you whether this makes me feel better or worse about what happened. I don't even know anymore. I suppose I just feel relieved. Gotta find out what the hell is going on. Blacklisted, I didn't keep up with Star Wars' career enough to notice his absence from the stage, but now that you mention it, so you think it's possible? Oh yes, it most certainly is. The theater industry in Bukovi is a grand and bustling one. Alright, but everyone knows it's the movers and shakers at the very center that hold the real power. Once your reputation is tarnished in their eyes, yes, it very well could be the end. What could have caused it? I haven't the foggiest, darling, but I'll tell you this. Controversy tends to slide off handsome young men like water off a duck's back. If whatever he did raised enough of a stir to have actual consequences, well, let's just say he likely deserved it. There. I mean, I could ask the obvious about them dating. Yes. Tell her about the blind luck here. Asked about this. What was his motive, lady? Work with us. Work with me. Why would he have wanted to kill you? What? Tell me this isn't your idea of a joke partner, because I don't find it very funny at all. Well, why would I joke about this? I'm afraid it isn't. How awful. Are you really certain? Why would anyone have wanted to harm me? Me? I've never done anything wrong. Well, I suppose there's Carl Malmsteen, the opinion columnist from the Rag Theater Quarterly, and Irina Colonel, but she only has herself to blame for messing about with that little paparazzo. Not me for bringing it up on the show. And how was I to know her husband was a regular listener anyway? At least he has taste. The goddess herself really was looking out for me. And is it any wonder, really? Before her ascent, she was burned as a martyr too. She must know exactly what I'm going through. Us girls have got to look out for one another. That's it? Damn it. What was his motive? Hikaru, hello. Thanks for giving Hikaru a shout out. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Mr. Crab, hello, welcome. Welcome in, everyone. It was good. Started 1954 Alcatraz. Oh, what is that about? A piece of game where you are trying to break out of Alcatraz. Aha. And how did you do? How's whatever this game is? It's good. It's called Best Served Cold. Play as a bartender at a speakeasy in the 1930s. In a made-up country. We're not, you know, but we get people drunk and try to get them to spill the beans about the latest murder mystery that's going on. Find a culprit. You're not wrong. Considering the work he did, a simple mechanism like that would have been easy for Star Wars to alter. I'm not sure I feel too good with what you're implying. He didn't break out yet, but we are progressing. So we're getting there. Nice. Lovely. Stavros, a suspect in his own murder. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you've gone a bit daft, bartender. Something here. You don't know anything about Efri, though. I wonder if... it's Lucas I'm supposed to be asking about. I'm supposed to be asking Lucas about Efri. Maybe he's the one who knows her better. Well, we got a defense for Reese. That's certainly unexpected. I didn't think Olivia Carmine had it in her. Perhaps she's not quite as frivolous and shallow as she leads people to believe. That's one more theory we can put to rest. Good work. Oops. So we filled in the private investigator. Now we got to fill in the detective. We've got a defense for Reese. Oh, of course, it's nothing but bickering and infighting between these theater people, but now that a strong theory finally presents itself, they're closing ranks. They respected each other, even if they didn't always show it. You're not trying to imply anything, are you? You're still on the bench. It was worth a shot. Ugh. Fortunately, we didn't figure out any new, actual clues. But we got the defense. get another defense, which is good. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of information about Effrey. Next day. And neither of them are here. Well, shoot. Effrey's not here. Lucas is not here. Maybe Olivia knows more about Effrey. You know she's the writer, yeah? Alright. Let's get her a drink first. So do you know about this? Effrey? I suppose she is always scribbling in that little notebook of hers, not to mention her clandestine little meetings with Lawrence. I suppose I did have a hunch in retrospect. I imagine you'll find this terribly rich coming from me of all people, but you must keep this to yourself. Do you understand? I'm sure Afia and had her reasons for keeping this a secret, and you will respect it. Yeah. What about the scripted demise stuff? You really have an overactive imagination. Perhaps you should consider hanging up the apron and penning a screenplay of your own. I'm being serious. Why, in this ridiculous scenario of yours, where the Afia have done all of this, she's not exactly a ray of sunshine, I'll give you that. But she's not the scheming villain you're making her out to be. You'd better cut out this slanderous nonsense at once. What do you know about her, though? You know about this? Why, how some people change. Stavros is just about the last person to willingly break a sweat. No wonder he was so adamant about separating work and private life. It's not exactly glamorous, is it? And here I thought it was because of, well, never mind. Because of, oh, just something in the distant past. It's not important now. Alright, lady. Tell us about you dating. The history of Stavros and Olivia, tale as old as time. Must you bore me with these very unglamorous questions? The tabloid paparazzi already pesters me at every turn. Still, I suppose, though we are less than friends, we are more than mere acquaintances. Who knows? Perhaps talking will make me feel better. It works for my listeners. Yes, Stavros and I became intimate as our personal careers progressed. I was absolutely enamored with him, and who wouldn't be? He was charming, erudite, and he treated me like I was a goddess. I envisioned a bright future for Olivia and Stavros. All that changed when an anonymous letter was slipped under my dressing room door. At first, I believed Stavros had perhaps sent me a love letter or a poem, but the handwriting was too elegant. And when I read it, I realized what he was doing behind my back. Put it bluntly, he had been pursuing another woman during the entirety of our relationship. Naturally, I confronted him, and he made no effort to deny any of it. Can you believe that? Can you believe that anyone saying Olivia Carmen is not enough woman for them? No. Found the clue. Here we go. I confided in the producer that I was no longer comfortable working alongside Stavros, and that was the end of it. I know it's easy to imagine something more dramatic and grandiose for a reason for our breakup, but despite all of this glamour, we're just people with eyes that wander and hearts that break. Okay. Well, finally got another clue. The anonymous tip. Olivia was enamored with broke up, disclosed anonymous letter telling her he had been hitting on another woman. Oh, was Afia the other woman? Ah, that might be it, which would lead to perhaps what they were arguing about. Dweeb Stravos may have been a suspect in his own murder. Isn't that a little far-fetched? Hydrate! Thank you. The culprit wanted to harm you, not Stavros. I suppose so, but this is still Stavros we're talking about. Was he even capable of such a thing? Physically, I mean. I'm sure the man had his talents. He was at least a passable co-star, but I can't imagine prop making was one of them. I'll get to the bottom. Alright, you head on home. Okay, bye. Heck. Okay, so we... doing pretty good. On reputation. I just don't know if I need to ask too many more questions of her. Do you know anything about this? Certainly. It happens all the time. A small cadre of mostly men hold the purse strings in this industry. A soured reputation with one of them can ensure you never work in this town again. You think it could have happened to Stavros? How would I know? I didn't keep up with him outside of work on the Dalliance, nor inside of it, frankly. I'm never sure what kind of topics to discuss. Oh, that's her line. Okay. Do you know anything about this anonymous tip thing? Respectfully, I really don't care. I really couldn't care less about any of this melodrama. Right. Do you know that she's the writer? It's supposed to be a well-kept secret. I really can't fathom why you saw it appropriate to tell me. I didn't expect much discretion from the likes of Lawrence, but I would have thought you would hold people's privacy in higher regard. Are we not having this conversation with the Nightcap? Your secrets? Oh, don't get me. I'm trying to solve a murder, lady. Calm yourself. Suspect. Proper little sleuth, are we? Using the big words and everything. I figured I wouldn't sugarcoat it. Good. Few things in life can be improved by adding sugar. You're right, anyway. When Olivia returned backstage for her costume change, I saw nothing about her dagger to suspect malfunctions or tampering. Any chance you could have overlooked something? No. I'm never sure what kind of... No. Got it. Cool. No. All right. I knew he came from humbler beginnings in his co-star, like most people in this world, I suppose, but I wouldn't have pictured him in that line of work. I find it hard to imagine a man like Stavros breaking his back with manual labor. He didn't really have the physique of a man hammering sheet metal all day. He worked on smaller, more delicate pieces mostly. I see. In that case, he likely possessed the same metalworking skills I do. Interesting. Nice of you to admit that. Well, we've already pieced that together, but alright. How many more questions? I got one more I can ask her about. Sure. Did you know about them dating? Respectfully, I really don't. Alright. That's not sure. Okay. Now we got progress, finally. Did you know about the anonymous tip? Oh, actors in their messy lives. At least she had the self-respect to leave him, I suppose. The fact she let this slip to a producer is interesting, though. The world of theater is a surprisingly small pond with a few very big fish in it. Word spreads fast. I wonder if that had any repercussions. Yeah, I wonder. That's why he got blacklisted. She broke up with a partner based on the word of an anonymous tip, and then she told someone as influential as a producer about it too? Does every aspect of these people's lives come straight out of a radio drama? How am I supposed to make sense of this case when none of the people involved in it make sense at all? His mind is just being blown by this case. Okay. Well, maybe now we can put together a motive. Now that we have this new clue. A motive for why he did what he did. Is that the last thing we need? Well, for his line, yes, but still haven't been able to rule out Effia. We need to get her back in the speakeasy though. So this is related to the veiled threats or the backstage fight? Really? To any of those? Oh. There we go. Blacklisted. Yes, yes. The fact that he was blacklisted is probably what they were fighting about? What the veiled threats were about? Damn it. Well, now I'm just checking to make sure I get all the clues available. Blacklisted, callback. He was blacklisted. This would speak to his motive. Just gotta find the right connector for it, I guess. Aren't I supposed to deduce that? Yes. I mean, I have deduced it, but the game only fills things in automatically for you once you've literally drawn the line to the connection. Like, I have figured out the case. Now it's a matter of getting the game, doing the mechanics to make the game realize, to understand that that's what I've done. So we know why he's. So we know about the blacklisting. Did someone tell him? Oh, no, go back. So we need to find out if he knew that she went. Okay, so we got 2 new things that we need to start asking people about. Ooh, the gang's here. Perfect. All right. Tell me about this anonymous tip. An anonymous letter. Why are we, the people of the stage, always so whimsical and dramatic about everything in our lives? I always wondered how Olivia knew. Did you? I knew the man's eye was given to wander from time to time, sure. Can you blame him, really? A handsome, red-blooded young buck surrounded by beautiful starlets with angelic voices on stage every night? I understand completely. I thought you would. We all have our faults, after all. Better a skirt chaser than a gambler or a drunkard, Uh-huh. Alright. So, is this why he got blacklisted? Star was blacklisted from the industry. Yes, the situation is well known among my colleagues. Why do you ask? Did he know it was Olivia who was responsible for the blacklisting? I thought he did. But as I was talking to him while casting Dalliance, it became clear he still wasn't certain who was to blame. After 10 long years, one would assume any misplaced grudge would have burned cool long ago. I can't imagine he cares after all this time. You told him? Of course! Imagine being kept in the dark for all that time. Best we get our all grievances out in the open so we can focus on what really matters. Oh, no. It's all his fault. Why would anyone care about such petty rivalries when our magnum opus is so close at hand? In a way, it is good he knew the truth before he passed on. I think these things are better aired out, instead of being left to fester. I don't believe in secrets. Thanks for that. He's helping crack this case wide open! I mean, again, we already figured out most of it. So he knew. So that there, now we have the motive. Okay. I'm gonna save these last couple questions. Now we need to figure out Fia. I just got a ton of questions for her, I guess. Now, it might be time to get her intoxicated, drunk, so that she opens up more. We haven't done that yet. She would need something with an alcohol of 6, 7, or 8. Okay, so what does that leave us? So, the drama queen. Or the one night stand. Okay. I'm going to play it safe, go with the one night stand. Because it gives more questions. This is quite right, but this isn't quite right, but it's not bad either. Okay. All right, so we got her. So, lady. Were you the one who gave up the anonymous tip? You're telling me this. You've not only aired out a dead man's laundry, you've also breached Olivia's confidence? Would it kill you to show a little discretion? What? I'm trying to find out why someone would want to kill Stavros. I want to understand what Stavros was like. Glad to come to your senses. This would be an... That didn't really help us much. Do you know why he was blacklisted? So the man believed he could cheat on women as a high profile as Olivia Carmen without consequence? Sounds to me like the only one responsible for Stavros Stone's falling from grace was Stavros Stone. I think he knew that. I wouldn't know anything about that. It's not like he spoke to me about such matters. He didn't really speak to me at all, actually. Damn it. How am I missing her motive and defense? Like, how? What have I not... I think this is one of her favorites. Yeah, Drama Queen. Okay, so we've asked about as many things about Effrey as we can. So tell me about this anonymous tip. Yes, I suppose that more or less sums it up. You're not angling for more details, are you? I told you everything I wanted. blacklisted. It was me, but I didn't mean for that to happen. I merely didn't want him to. I merely didn't want to work with him again. Not so soon after, anyway. I could barely stomach looking him in the eye after what he did. Performing romantic duets, as if nothing had changed between us, would be unbearable. I was a girl in love, but then every time I saw his face, I felt nothing but anger and humiliation. I simply couldn't stomach it, so I told my producer, hoping that would be the end of it. I had no idea it had gone so far. You think he knew it was you? I couldn't say. He was always in a mood, of course, and we had our fights, but, well, it was what I expected. Lawrence told him, that old fool. No wonder Stavros was so quarrelsome right from the start. And here I thought it was because of our history. I suppose it's not important now, is it? Even after the horrible things he said and did, the fact remains that the dagger that took his life, not mine. Wait. So the fact remains that the dagger took his life, not mine. So he must not have acted on his motive, but I'm sure it must have made his final moments all the more important. You really are blowing this whole thing up. Flaming rouse? My goddess. Reese just likes a fuss a lot, that's all. Doesn't really sound like they like it. Well, that's hardly my problem, isn't it? I don't like it either. But they just can't help but blow a gasket each time I forget a prop somewhere. As if I don't have enough on my mind. Still... I talked to you about... Yeah, I have. Right. So, Olivia's word destroyed Stavros' career. Of course, all she actually did was tell a producer about his unfaithfulness. He's the one that behaved like a pig in the first place, but I don't imagine that would have mattered to him. That is, if he knew about this. Would he have known? Whoever told him must have been privy to that kind of discussions to get in the highest circles of the entertainment industry. Yeah. Lawrence, you old fool, how could he have been so short-sighted? That would have been a powerful motive for Stavros to harm Olivia. Considering you've already established that Stavros is a suspect and that Olivia may have been the intended victim, this is starting to look like very damning for him. We just need to prove he would have been capable of setting this plot in motion. Yeah, we kind of have. I really want to clear her name, but I'm not finding the things I need. Killing someone on stage for a career ruined 10 years ago, even if we disregard the fact that it's a ridiculous crime, and considering the people involved, I suppose we can. 10 years is a long time to wait for revenge, unless you're implying he only found out recently, which we did. As much as I would gladly believe this is all somehow the fault of that pompous director, I just don't see it. How could Stavros have possibly set all this up? So the last thing I need, the only thing I could think to do is, I've talked to all of them about Efri, I think, except Lucas. I think I need to talk to Lucas about her. Acting? Now there's a window into my past. Well, I might not look it these days, but yes, I was once an actor. Life didn't fit me. I'm not quite enough petite enough, not quite demure enough, not quite discreet enough. I never had quite the right look for the casting directors. Funny that, I didn't get my breakthrough, though I always picked up enough work to keep the dream alive, barely. But what happened? What little hope I did have of getting a leading role was snuffed out when I did the stupidest thing a woman like me could do. What was that? I tried to help someone. Stavros was pursuing me romantically while dating Olivia. Ah, it was her. In my naivete, I thought his desperate, wretched advances would be shameful when brought into the light. Didn't work out. No, men like him don't feel shame. The system protects them, so they never have to feel anything at all. This time, the system was represented by one Lawrence Sullivan IV. I came to Lawrence in confidence and told him about Stavros' behavior. I also sent an anonymous letter to Olivia to tell her she was being played for a fool. Ah, there we go. When the system moves against you, it's very fast and very effective. What Lawrence did at the time seemed cruel and personal, and now I understand things a little better. I see his actions for what they really were. What were they? The predictable outcome of challenging power, and the power to create wealth when you have none. Stavros held the power and brought in the money. All I had was show some nerve and a sense of justice. The system doesn't care about that. You get rolled over, crushed. The next day I was locked out of rehearsals. The items from my locker were in a box by the garbage. Everyone walked right past me. It was like I was a stranger to them, to people I'd known for years. They had all been warned to stay away from me. And just like that, it was out. I was out in the cold. Lawrence fired me to protect Stavros, and my acting career was over. That's awful. It's the past. That's why I changed career. I found my own way, and that's why I started the Melodric Wire too. That's a whole other discussion. The Melodric Wire? Tell me about this. Yes, I did. So, I guess you seem trustworthy to me. Don't prove me wrong. I will. The Melodric Wire is a whisper network I set up to protect vulnerable people who work in the theater and creative industries. How does it work? I put out a newsletter once a month. It's for vulnerable people who need to know who to avoid and how to handle dangerous people in the industry. And who are the vulnerable people? A lot of women, but not only women, anyone without power or authority who might be targeted. Is it working? I think so. I get letters from people telling me the newsletter helped them avoid abuse, and sometimes messages from people saying they wish they'd read it sooner. Sounds worthwhile. Thank you. Though I wonder if I'm still the right person to run it. Forget I said anything, okay? Let's just do this. Okay. Okay, we finally found it. I just hadn't been clicking on the right things, apparently. Damn. Alright, so now... Question her. Save that. Now we have mode. Now we gotta find her defense. Who can we talk to about her defense? Ask her. Oh, damn it. Here, wait. Advice of the professionals. Ah, it's a sad tale, and only one I've certainly heard, before. Too many powerful men in this industry think themselves untouchable, beyond reproach for their misdeeds, and they are continuously proven right by directors and producers that shield them from the consequences of their actions. Well, not in this case, I suppose. It would certainly be understandable for Miss DeVos to hold a grudge over the impact Stavros' action had on her career. But is it enough to commit murder? She found her own path to success in the end. You may want to run this one by people that know her well, then and now. Okay. Let's ask her. I'm going to try to protect the talent. Where have I heard that before? And I thought Stavros was a good egg, or at least a surprisingly class-conscious egg. Just goes to show you can never trust someone to do the right thing in this industry when actors and their egos are involved. Sometimes I think I should have been an accountant. Or an undertaker. I'm never sure what kind of... It went over her head. Okay. Well, we can ask him about it. The hell, man. Oh, come now, bartender. I don't see why you must bring up old gossip from a bygone era. You're blowing all this terribly out of proportion, I assure you. You deemed the career of a cheater more important than hers. You destroyed her. You deemed the career of a cheater more important than hers. Well, yes, I suppose it does sound bad when you phrase it like that. But what choice did I have? Stavros was my star. His career as an actor showed great promise, much more than hers did. I couldn't risk destroying all that with a public scandal, could I? Was that appropriate punishment for a brief wandering of the heart? And of course, I had to consider Olivia's feelings in these matters and how lucrative their public relationship had been for crossings ticket sales. No, my back was firmly against the wall, I assure you. It was an unfortunate lose-lose situation, but I do believe I made the best of it. I don't think Afia would agree. You don't actually believe Afia still held a grudge after all this time, do you? It's not as if she was banished from the World Theater. Why, I'd say the fact she is part of Dalliance rather proves that. Under a false name. Well, yes, well, it is what it is. Okay. So we need to talk to probably Lucas and Olivia again about her motive. Maybe we can get a defense out of that. Ask them. I don't think Killian knows her at all. I'm not even sure about Lucas. Yeah, again, I think we have to talk to people in order to get defenses. I think. I mean, we're kind of dealing with a timeline, but I don't think she really had anything to do with the timeline. Yeah, or do you prefer another name now? I think that's fine. What a wild journey we've been on, And not just throughout this last turbulent week. It's been an experience, all right, but we ended up exactly where we should be, I think. Do you agree? Well, in the end, I suppose so. The journey wasn't easy. No, I'm aware of everything you've been through, and I want you to know that I always respected you, Effia. I didn't make choices lightly, but if I had to do it all over again, I can't say I'd do anything different. Nor would I, and I respect you too, Olivia. Do you know the story of the wolf, the fox, and the cave? Oh, I do love your stories. I don't know this one, so please tell me. Tell, I'm all ears. The wolf and the fox were both cold one night. There was only one cave for shelter, and the rain hammered down on the moors. What creatures? The wolf took pity on the fox. He invited him into the cave. The wolf had friends waiting inside. The wolf pack was in there already, warm, comfortable, probably sleeping. Sounds dangerous for Mr. Fox. Yes, the fox stammered, but I am not a wolf, and I am not like them, and they will not accept me. But the wolf told him not to fret. The wolves were asleep, and they would not be danger to a quiet, sly fox. So the fox followed him, and he lay amongst the wolves. And just like his new friend said, it was warm and safe, and the pack slept soundly. The wolf smiled, safe in the knowledge that he had saved his friend, and he too drifted off to sleep. What happened next? Whatever happened next? In the morning, the wolf woke and the fox was gone. In a panic, he pawed at the other wolves. Where's my friend? Where is he? What did you do to him? The big grandfather wolf roared, which friend? Who did you bring into our cave? The wolf looked around, swallowed, and said meekly, no one, never mind. At the end of the story, whatever happened to the fox? The wolf never found out. He forgot about the fox and got on with his life because he was not a fox, Olivia. He was a wolf. Huh. Okay. I'm hoping this gets our defense. This gets us our defense. Rhea tried to murder Stavros. Darling, what are you on about? Does it make sense? Doesn't it make sense? Perhaps if you know nothing of the people involved, you might think this mad theory holds water. But as someone who considers herself to be very close to Effia, despite her sometimes cold attitude, I am offended on her behalf. I won't deny Effia held a grudge against Stavros during the production of Crossing. His unwanted advances ground down her patience and goodwill, and made her feel uncomfortable, unsafe even. She made the right choice and turned to the one person that could protect her. You. Precisely. It must not have been easy. I think she was afraid I'd see her as the reason our relationship failed, not Stavros. Effia slipped an anonymous letter with all the details underneath my door while I was having my makeup done. It was quite tactful of her to try to inform me in such a fashion, but I'm afraid I've seen her elaborate handwriting far too often. I broke things off with Stavros, informed my producer, and I was no longer comfortable working with him and decided to move on with my life. Sad to say, there was little I could do for Afia to repay her at the time. She had already moved on to her career as a writer by the time I could get rid of Lawrence. There we go. Still, I'll gladly pay that debt today by telling you that Afia would never plan an elaborate plot for revenge if it might threaten my safety too. It's a bleak world out there when it comes to troublesome men, and she and I will always keep an eye out for each other, even if we don't do so openly. You're lucky to have each other. All right. There we go. Present this. That'll color me surprised. Considering Olivia is a person of interest in our investigation, it doesn't benefit her to help another suspect. I believe we can take her word for it. The plot could not only have injured Olivia, it was also a deeply traumatizing thing to inflict upon a woman you consider a friend, and whose well-being you've clearly always held in high regard. As you know... Hey, Rune! How's it going?
We're streaking!
Do I present my case to her, or do I present it to him? Oh, it's to her. Okay. Just to let you know, Mr. Detective, I figured everything out. Aggressive ooh. Oh boy. Thought I told you not to be digging into my case, bartender. And yet here you are, presenting me with an entire tragic backstory. How do you even manage to unearth this sort of stuff? We just discussed the motive. Fine. If you're willing, if what you're telling me is true, it's revenge, the oldest motive in the book. I still have my doubts. Stavros must have been a pig, but surely Lawrence behaved just as poorly in this situation. And how would she have pulled this off? Don't have to worry about how, because I've got a defense. Well, that's another theory down the drain, but it does make sense. It takes a seriously twisted mind to be okay with that kind of collateral damage. In my experience, revenge is usually more targeted. Thanks, Rune. Appreciate that. All right, we can present our case. I think we best present our case before the police decide to submit one themselves. Let's hear your theory. Okay, here's what I found. Who do you believe is responsible for the death of Stavros Stone? Stavros Stone. So Stavros Stone is to blame? Well, I look forward to your explanation of this, bartender. Was the prop dagger switched? If so, how? Stavros sabotaged the knife to kill Olivia. You suspect Stavros sabotaged the dagger to trick Olivia into taking her own life. But of course, Olivia's careless use of a backup prop saved her own life and sealed Stavros' fate. He died by his own dagger. Now, why would Stavros want to murder Olivia Carmine? Well, Lawrence revealed Olivia's role in Stavros' blacklisting. So when first casting Dalliance, Lawrence carelessly told Stavros that Olivia had been behind his blacklisting all along. Lawrence must have hoped that any messy history between them would be water under the bridge. He was wrong. Stavros still wanted revenge. Take a breath. Are you sure about all this? Once I submit this report to Hugo to present to the Judicar, things will be set in motion that cannot be undone. Yes, I'm confident. All right, you have my seal of approval. Now, you should have a talk with Hugo. Let's put our best foot forward and hope we have made the right choice. Underneath the counter, you clutch the case file you prepared with Elena's help. As Hugo finally manages to lift his head, his eyes meet yours. Once he sits down at the bar, he absent-mindedly stares down at the wooden counter. A Upon placing the documents in front of him, he finally seems to snap out of his trance. Huh? What's this supposed to be? Something Elaine and I have been working on. Hugo's dejection lifts a little as he thumbs through the file. For the first time in weeks, he seems to unclench his jaw and sit up straight. This is very helpful. I have not been fair with you, bartender. I'm not sure I deserve this help, or your generosity for that matter. You don't, but have it anyway. It's okay, Hugo. Thank you. I was stubborn. I was foolish, and I was truly arrogant in thinking I could handle this without your help. Just get this to the station, detective. I will, of course. I owe you a debt of gratitude, bartender, and I've been thinking as well. I know my own strengths as a detective. I can analyze evidence, make deductions, dissect the minds of criminals. But people are a challenge. Talking to others is a skill I've never really possessed or valued as much as I should have. A skill that people like you possess in spades. I see that now. Perhaps I dismissed you too hastily after our first case together. I have the power to deputize citizens to appoint someone as my partner. Perhaps I should exercise that power with you. Ah, yes. With your permission, I'll take these findings to my superiors. From the looks of it, these notes are more promising than anything I've found so far. Let's hope something comes of it. Let's hope so indeed. Eagle gets up from his stool, tightly clutching the case file. He strides to the door with newfound vigor. With haste in his step, Hugo exits the bar. Good luck, detective. Good luck. Okay. So... Alright, well, let's get everyone drunk to celebrate. Favorite drinks on the house. I already got her a drink, right? Right. Hey, boss. Guess I just end the day. Oh yeah, here we go. You can use the calendar to skip forward to the day of the deadline. Just like last time, Detective Merton's body language and expression are hard to read as he approaches the counter. Upon sitting down, however, you manage to get a better look. A sheepish smile and a little laugh, not what you expect from Hugo. He places his hands on the counter and takes a breath, and lets out a contented sigh. Stavros Stone planted the dagger, hoping that Olivia Carmine would fatally injure herself, but a series of unplanned events caused his plan to backfire, causing his own death. And you actually managed to find enough evidence to make a convincing case out of this bizarre turn of events. All I can say is this: well done, bartender. I truly could not have made those deductions myself. Your mind is sharp, and your insight has been invaluable. I can learn much from this case, and from you. It's not just your people skills I admire, bartender. It's your unique approach, your deductions, your determination. I'm used to working alone, but I'd be a fool to deny I'm more effective with you at my side. It would be my honor to have you as my partner, if you'd consider it. Hugo smiles as he reaches out and shakes your hand. This whole debacle has taught me two things. I must work harder and continue to learn as an officer of the Bukovi Constabulary, and I hate the opera. To the next case. All right. We solved it. Case number 2, Here's to My Love. This is our guilty person. We found all the clues. Huzzah. A few months later.
Yohei Maichard. X100.
Oh, it's her again. Oh. Case number 3, The Crucible. All right, folks. That is where we're going to save an end for the night. On that lovely cliffhanger. Yo, hey, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. We will, Arthur Miller, yeah. We will pick this back up next Sunday for case number 3, which it looks like there's 2 more cases to get through. So hopefully you all are enjoying this. Sorry I was quiet. Hey, no worries. I was leaving stream up in the background while setting up your PC for emulating old consoles. Hey, good luck with that, man. Got some bangers picked out. Definitely enjoying? Oh, good. It's a lot of fun. Phoenix, it's a lot of fun. Phoenix Wright, but a bit more fluid. Yeah, I know. I wish I had a better time with Phoenix Wright. I know you guys have enjoy that series, but just didn't jive with my brain, I guess. You already got X-Men Destiny up and running. Hey, nice. Let's see here. I do stream on YouTube and Twitch, so if you haven't already, please consider giving the Twitch a follow and subbing on YouTube. I would appreciate it. Nice free way to support what we're doing here. I will be back tomorrow evening for 8 p.m. Central. We'll be playing some more Book of Hours, slowly unlocking things and making progress, I think. Believe it or not, X-Men Destiny is the only X-Men game ever made which has Wolverine in it, but totally unplayable. He's an NPC. Ah! An X-Men game where you don't get to do anything with Wolverine. Unbelievable. All right, everyone. I hope you all have a good night. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.